committing to sitting down and watching something, especially if it's anything longer than an hour. That's my stopping point. But what I'm planning to watch today, it's about Sylvanas. And I love Sylvanas Windrunner. I have a poster on my wall. She's my mouse pad. I have a light fixture of her. I have like a lot of like Sylvanas things and whatnot, and yeah, I've always loved Sylvanas Windrunner throughout my years, all the years of World of Warcraft that I've been playing, and she's very near and dear to my heart as a character, especially the early years, her origin story, and everything like that. And someone went out of their way to sort of put it all together. I commend them because it's a lot. I've tried when I was younger in the past looking it up and sort of figuring out what the entire story they have written up, because I didn't play the original Warcraft games. My brother did and stuff like that, but I didn't play those games. I only started with World of Warcraft itself. And yeah, she's been a character in Warcraft. They've had a lot of lore written about her, and there's a lot known, but it's hard to sort of compile it all together. And I am very, very thankful for somebody to do that. I made a Nightbot command. I have to remember what it is. I think I made it this. Yes. Okay, very good. So that is the link of the video I'm gonna be watching. And while I'm watching it, I figured instead, because I thought about like doing just chatting and then like just watching the video, and it was like, the video is like about World of Warcraft, and it's like not really justice to sit and like just chatting, and then people were like, oh hey, what's up, you know, just chatting, right? Like, so it was like, I'm gonna do this on a day where I'm gonna like kind of play World of Warcraft, but I'm not like really, I'm gonna like walk around World of Warcraft. I'm gonna just like take pictures and stuff like that and not really pay attention. So if I actually pay attention in World of Warcraft, I'm not gonna pay attention to the video. So I want to make sure I do that, because this video is not only probably going to refresh my own memory, but also probably teach me things that I don't already know about my favorite character, and I want to commit the time watching it. So that's what we're doing, and this is the story of Sylvanas Windrunner. And I have to make sure I don't hit my other mouse.
This is my compilation of all the stories of Sylvanas that we've done so far. I hope you'll enjoy.
That's my walk button.
Not much is known about Sylvanas before the first Horde invasion, which used to be true. But we got a bit more family history with the Sylvanas novel, so let me give you a bit of a rundown. Lord Vir of Windrunner was their father, and King Anastarion's most trusted advisor. Larissa Windrunner was their mother. Ranger General of Silvermoon as her mother before her, as the Windrunner lineage holds the line. Illyria Windrunner, eldest, and named after Larissa's mother, who was supposed to take up the title of Ranger General, but
Illyria, who is very important right
direction.
now.
Instead,
in the
it's
current
Sylvanas
story,
that takes up the title and position, something that didn't happen without quite the arguments. Sylvanas was already as good as I am years ago. Better maybe than I will ever be, Illyria told her mother. It does not matter if she is the better shot. Sylvanas does not have the temperament for leadership.
I feel like I read about this before, but then I totally forgot about it.
And she's squandered every one of them through foolishness and mischief. Now you grasp at straws, mother. She has held it on and lore from our honor side. Many of the Farstriders appreciate her distaste for formalities and pretense, and cannot think of a single challenge Sylvanas has faced but not met. Let her turn her mind to leadership, and you will see it exceed your expectations. She is the Ranger General you were hoping for, not me. Sylvanas overhears this argument and tells her mother that she may be second choice, but she will see that Sylvanas is not second best. The part about Sylvanas being a better shot, that has to do with helping Illyria
she
during
stood
her
on
trial,
business
or at least
for
in
her
Sylvanas'
sister.
mind, she was trying to help, she was trying to save the day. Illyria was supposed to prove herself by taking down a lynx, but the challenge was a bit much to overcome. Sylvanas tracks her down, interrupts the test, and takes the kill. And while she did save Illyria's life, she
It's
also
like,
ruined the test,
wow, that's
so she thought that she was
interesting.
helping. In a similar case, there was Lirav. Lirav, her brother, was singing and performing at court, and people were making
The
fun
way
of him.
Sylvanas
So
has come
Sylvanas
in
thought
clutch for
that she
her
was going to
sister
save
like
him,
that
that
so
she was
many
going to help
times.
him
And
out
where's
by
Illyria?
poisoning some drinks, by pulling a prank.
Where's
That's the part about
Illyria
her
for
wasting
everybody
opportunities
else?
to gain allies at court.
I swear.
Again, Sylvanas thinking that she knows what is best, that she is supposed to save everybody, a trait that we see push on further in life.
Yeah.
And Vrisa, youngest of the sisters,
literally.
she's the peacemaker and diplomat. Well, Lirav, their
There's
little brother,
not too much
he's
about her,
different
I
from the
feel.
women in his family. They are the fighters, whereas his strength comes from bringing beauty into the world with his songs and music, working his way up the ranks to eventually become a royal musician and teach others his craft. Sylvanas wanted to make sure to keep him safe, away from the battlefield, from injuries and death. When he confided in her that he felt different from the rest of his family, that perhaps he should invest more time in training, she reassured him that he was brilliant the way that he was, and that he should stick with the arts. Keeping them safe was a wonderful dream, but this is Warcraft after all, quite the difficult quest. They would see
This
Illyria
is
spread her
Warcraft
wings and
after
eventually
all.
join Tyrellian and the Alliance of Lordaeron. Before she left, their mother presented
Yeah,
Illyria
she
with a
just
gift,
straight up
a chain which represented
join the
her brother Lira.
alliance
Keep it together,
like
3
that.
gemstones, a ruby, a sapphire, and an emerald. The Windrunner family unified, and then change and war reached their shores. The Horde had allied with the Amani trolls, and worked hard on invading elven lands. Their parents were slain in an ambush, which the Horde took great care of hiding. They pulled out their arrows, while leaving the ones of the
That's
trolls
crazy.
behind, trying to make it clear who was behind the attack. But one arrow was discovered and brought to their king, King Anasterian, who promptly tossed it into the fire. The one bit of real evidence they had of Horde aggression against the elves. The king thought that he could keep his people safe by not
That's
making
tea.
this their war. And she could see that the king knew much more of politics and war than Sylvanas did. And she also knew that her parents would have seen this, and they would have obeyed their king. As now she had to, but pretending only goes so far. Soon enough, the hordes, the Amani, the enslaved red dragons were knocking on their door. Their magical protected lands were invaded, and their little brother Lirav was slain. Despite not wanting him trained in combat, Farisa had done it anyways, knowing how her brother felt, how different he had felt from the rest of them. Would it have made a difference? Would he have survived if he had not been trained? Who's to say? But the choice of doing this anyways, it would hang between Farisa and Sylvanas for a little bit. And all that grief and all that suffering that was brought upon them, it pushed the now Ranger General to the brink of madness. Thankfully, there was Naphanos in her life. His strong arms to fall back into.
That's where
the
he
only
came into
solid
play.
thing in a whirl of chaos and emotion, clinging to the lifeline that he offered. The human and elf have become very close, as we already speculated about way back when. The book then goes into the events of Warcraft 3 and beyond, but I'll leave past me to do the rest of the talking.
We know that she comes from the Windrunner family, and most of you probably know her sisters. You have the oldest sister, Illyria Windrunner, who joined the Alliance of Lordaeron
Yeah, we know a
in
lot
their
about
battle
Illyria.
against the first Horde invasion. She also stepped through the Dark Portal after the Horde's second invasion to try and prevent the Horde from invading different worlds. She fell in love with the human paladin Tyrellian, and they made the ultimate sacrifice of closing the Dark Portal on Draenar's side to prevent Azeroth from being destroyed. Many believed that the Alliance expedition was gone forever, but the Dark Portal reopened during the Burning Crusade, and we discovered that several of the members were still alive. However, Illyria and Tyrellian, they're still missing, and we have no idea where Sylvanas, her older sister, currently is. Now her younger sister, Farisa Windrunner, she was sent on a secret mission to help the human mage Ronin. They would eventually assist with the liberation of the
Oh,
Red
I've never
Dragon
heard
Queen
any of this
Eldraza,
about
and on their
Farisa.
journey, Farisa and Ronin grew closer. Ronin would become the leader of the Kirin Tor. They would have 2 children together, but tragedy struck at the bombing of Fedamore. Ronin, he sacrificed himself by drawing in the mana Jaina bomb to control the explosion and save his wife. He even managed to push Jaina into a portal before the explosion hit, and his sacrifice saved many lives. Ronin's death would have a great impact on Verisa and by extension Sylvanas, but we'll get to that story later on. Now for Sylvanas, she describes herself when she was young as very vain. She was beautiful, even for high elf standards, and she was a very skilled hunter, the most promising one in her family. This skill, this talent, would earn her the title of Ranger General of Silvermoon. Sylvanas was actually the commander of all of Quel'Thuz's military forces, and like I mentioned, the first time that shows up in the story is during the first Horde invasion. The Horde, by this point, had already taken Stormwind and were on their way to conquer Lordaeron. Anduin Lothar took as many of his people as he could from Stormwind across the sea to warn the Kingdom of Lordaeron about the Horde and get a fighting force going. The nobles of Lordaeron, they formed the Alliance of Lordaeron, and Lothar's bloodline goes back to the Arathi bloodline. The Arathi, they aided the High Elves many years ago in the so-called Troll Wars, and the High Elves had promised their aid, their allegiance to the descendants of the Arathi bloodline. However, the High Elves, they did not see the Horde as a threat to their lands. They relied on their magic to defend their own home, and they only sent a token force to aid the Alliance. Illyria Windrunner, she disagreed with her leader's choices, and she volunteered to join the token force in the war against the Horde. She believed that the Horde could be a threat to all of the world, not just the humans, and she would be proven right. Eventually, the Horde, they marched upon the Kingdom of Quel'Thuz, and Illyria, she wanted nothing more than to run back home and warn her kin. But Turellian, he kept her in line. There was no way that she would make the trip back home on her own, even though he himself wanted nothing more than to warn them. But they had to be smart and they had to stick together. Part of the Alliance, they marched to Quel'Thuz as the Horde already began their assault. The trolls who had joined the Horde, they had been enemies with the elves for centuries, and they could not wait to kill every elf they could find. From the trees, they swooped down, they took up patrols, as the rest of the Horde, they made ready for a full assault. Once the Alliance arrived, they could see that fires were spreading across the forest and that the Horde had already begun their assaults. Turellian, he wanted to work together with the elves. He wanted to coordinate their attacks, so finally he could give Illyria the freedom to run back home and warn her people. In the meantime, the Alliance kept the Horde busy, and Illyria first ran into her sister Verisa as a pack of trolls
she looks kind of good
from
for
the
back then.
The trolls, they outnumbered them, but they didn't know the force as well as Verisa
girly.
did. Together with her sister, they ran to a stream. The trolls close behind, so close that they were nearly grabbed. But just before they could, the trolls were shot down by Sylvanas and her troops. Illyria took one of the troll heads with her as she met with the council to convince them of the dangers right at the borders. At first the council didn't want to listen, but when they saw the head, they knew that her words were true. Their king, an Asterian Sunstrider, he was outraged that the trolls dared to invade their lands, and he now committed the full might of the High Elves military forces to the Alliance. Led by Sylvanas Windrunner and her second-in-command, Lorthmar Frodon, the High Elves and the Alliance, they crushed the Horde between their two forces. Things were looking up, as their plan was obviously working, but the Horde, it was no pushover. They released their ogre magi, and they even had dragons breathe fire from the sky, and this the Alliance simply could not take. On top of that, Quel'Thuz was obviously not the primary focus of the Horde. They had set their eyes upon the capital city of Lordaeron, so Turellian, he was forced to take their troops and chase the Horde before they could take on the heart of the Alliance. Sylvanas, her people, they still had their magic, their sunwell to protect their city, and not even the dragons were able to penetrate those defenses, so for the moment, their people would be alright. The Horde laid siege on the capital city, and they probably would have won the war in a day or two, was it not for Gul'dan. Gul'dan felt no allegiance to the Horde. All he cared about was getting more power for himself, and he knew that there was power to be found at the depths of the ocean. He split his forces away from the Horde, which forced Doomhammer to send his own troops after Gul'dan to take revenge upon this traitor. In the meantime, the Alliance had also cut off the Horde's route of reinforcements, and Turellian, Sylvanas, Illyria, Lorthmar, all of them were assaulting the Horde as they tried to take the city. All in all, things were simply not looking good, and Doomhammer had to retreat all the way back to Blackrock Mountain. The Alliance, they followed the bulk of the Horde as the High Elves made sure to clean their forest of any invading forces. Not a lot of details are given about this fight, but we do know that Sylvanas, she lost a lot of her people to the Horde's invasion and a lot of her own family, including her little brother Lyrav. Upon finding this out, Illyria went off the deep end for quite some time as she saw how much damage the Horde had done to her people, and she devoted herself to killing every single orc that she could get her hands on. Sylvana, she had her own forces to lead as they cleaned up their lands, and due to their allegiance with the Alliance, she allowed a human to join the ranks of her Farstriders. Nathanos Maris became the first and last of the human Ranger Lords, despite Sylvanas' people objecting against this. Sylvanas didn't care what the people said, not even Kilfa's Sunstrider was able to force her to send Nathanos away, and some of the fans speculate that there was more going on. That there was more to Nathanos than just his skill that attracted Sylvanas, but that's purely speculation from the fans. It would make sense though. We have Illyria who fell in love with Tyrellian, we have Verissa who fell in love with Ronan, and Sylvanas perhaps with Nathanos? Who knows? What we do know for certain is that the Dark Portal reopened and the Horde returned for a second invasion. Sylvana, she did not join the Alliance expedition as they battled the Horde, but her older sister Illyria did decide to join the troops. Before they stepped through the Dark Portal, she sent out her friend Verana to bring a gift to her sisters. Illyria realized that there was a very big chance that it would never return, so she wanted her sisters to have something to remember her by. From a necklace given to her by her parents, she made 3 individual lockets. 1 emerald, 1 ruby, and 1 sapphire with an inscription for each of her sisters. To Verissa, with love, Illyria, and to Sylvanas, love always, Illyria. Verina told Illyria that she would keep the lockets safe until Illyria would return, and then she could give them herself. But as we know, Illyria would not return, and the gifts were delivered to her sisters. This ends the story of the first and second Horde invasion, and it brings us to the events of Warcraft 3. Over time, the Alliance and the alliance with the High Elves, it would weaken. With no major force to fight and to unite them, the kingdoms, they started to fight amongst each other about where to spend their gold, what to do with the remaining orcs, and this also meant that the High Elves, they stayed more to themselves. The Lich King, who was sent by Kil'jaeden to weaken Azeroth and summon more of the Burning Legion, he made contact with the human wizard Kel'Thuzad, and together they worked on spreading a plague across the kingdom. This plague did not only kill, but it also resurrected the dead as forces for the Scourge. The Prince of Lordaeron, a young paladin by the name of Arthas Menethil, was sent by his father to investigate the reports of this plague. Together with Uther the Lightbringer and Jaina Proudmoore, they saw how their people were converted, and they even managed to kill Kel'Thuzad. Killing the wizard did not stop the plague from spreading though, and at Stravholm, Arthas had to make an impossible choice since the plague had already reached the city. Disguised as a shipment of grain, the citizens had baked it into the bread, and there was no telling who had already eaten from it.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What choices do you have?
This entire city must be purged.
Arthas made the choice to purge the city, while Jaina and Uther, they turned away from him. Inside the city, he found the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis, who'd haunted Arthas to meet him.
Oh, is there alliance bias in this? Darn! Damn it! This damn fucking... Oh, what do they call it when there's, propaganda! This damn alliance propaganda!
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me?
Unfortunate.
And so he did. Arthas was able to stop Mal'Ganis by picking up the cursed blade known as Frostmourne, but by doing so,
you can't get
he
away
gave up
from
a
it
piece
anywhere.
of his soul.
The Alliance
Now he too was listening
everywhere.
to the whispers of the Lich King,
They
which
try to
told
make
him to go
themselves out to
home
be
and
the
take
good guys.
the throne from his father.
What is this? What are you?
I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest though, with the Arthas, at first though, like, yeah, if all those people were infected, like,
now
what do you
the kingdom was truly lost, and Arthas destroyed in days what his father had tried to build
what
in
is there
years.
left to do?
His next mission was to reclaim the remains of Kel'Thuzad and resurrect him as a lich. To do this, they would need an incredibly powerful source of power, and lucky for them, they could find such a power in Quel'Thalas, namely the Sunwell. Sylvanas received reports from a scout that the undead were marching, and
What I find
naturally the High
interesting
Elves
is,
they
like,
heard rumors of
Arcane
the plague spreading
is
across
so
the human
far
lands,
away
but they had
on
thought
the
that they would be
chart
safe in their own city.
from, like,
Quel'Thalas, they've been able to
light
stand against trolls, against orcs, and even dragons. Surely
fell.
this new threats wouldn't be
It's
a
like the
problem. They had
opposite
made
side
this
of the
mistake
chart.
before, only this time
And so,
the mistake
like,
would cost them dearly.
Is the Sunwell arcane
You are
or
not
is it
welcome
light?
here.
Because there's no way it's
I am
both,
Sylvanas
because
Windrunner, Ranger General of
it's
Silver
just
Moon.
like, I
advise
don't
you
know.
to
There's
turn
something
back
weird with
now.
the lore and how they
It is
have
you
everything
who should
else
turn back,
written.
Sylvanas.
Because like void
Death
is the
itself
opposite
has
of
come to
light,
your
and to the
land.
left of the void is
Do
arcane.
your worst. The elf
So,
gate to
like-
the inner kingdom is protected by our most
So is
powerful
the Sunwell
enchantments.
void energy?
You shall not pass.
Sylvanas met Arthas on the field of battle as he tried to defend the first
a lot
gate,
to think.
but
That's
the
like
might
some-
of the
that's
Scourge was
thinking
incredible.
about
Every
what
slain
energy
enemy
that
Arthas
really
simply raised back to
is
life,
like
and her
thinking
fallen
about
forces were either
Earth
converted into the
and,
Scourge or their dead
outer
bodies
space
used as
and,
ammunition
like,
to throw at her.
the moon
Reluctantly,
and
Sylvanas
planets.
gave the order to fall back to their second gate, an order she had never imagined she would have to give.
Oh, okay. So it
Fall
was
back to the
like
second gate. Fall back.
corrupted
The elf
arcane
gate has
energy.
fallen.
It was like void
Onward, my
arcane energy,
warriors.
but a Naru
Onward to
dies
victory.
and makes it light.
You've won
Okay,
through this
yeah.
gate, Butcher, but you won't get through the
Yep.
second. The inner gate to Silver
But that's
Moon
why
can
it's so
only
easily
be opened
corruptible.
with a
Those and
special
world
key,
trees,
and it shall never
they really
be
should not
yours.
exist.
You waste your time, woman. You cannot run the inevitable.
You think that I'm running from you?
Ooh.
Apparently, you've never fought elves before.
Ooh. T.
Damn that woman! We must find a way to cross the river.
Don't you have
The
ice
kingdom
walking?
of Profilas had always been well
Arthas?
defended by magic, but a traitor
It's
from
just
within,
some water.
Darkan Drafir, had taught Arthas how to key free moons and how to break through the magical defenses. Blowing up the bridge had bought Sylvanas some precious time
Corrupted
to warn her
into
people,
fell, yeah, because
but
of
it
the
did
Legion.
not
Yep, yep,
stop
yep.
the scourge. Arthas filled the water with
Okay,
enough
so
corpses to
that's
create
how
a
that
bridge,
circle
which
would go
allows his
around,
troops
yeah.
to move further.
That makes more
Sylvanas, she knew that one way or another they would have to make a stand against this butcher,
Still
and as
so
they prepared
dangerous
themselves,
to have
she
them
fought back
around,
to a time
you know?
where the world was right, where she, her
I
sisters,
think
and her
it's
brother, they
dangerous
loved
that the
to
Night
sing
Elves
a
have a
song
new
together.
tree. I really do. What happens if the
By the
reason
light-
why
by the light of
Sylvanas
the
burned the
sun,
tree
high
is because
elves,
she
her
felt like the
enemies
old
are
gods
breaking
could use it to
through.
come through.
I
And now they
salute your
fucking made a
bravery,
new
elf,
tree. What happens if
but
that
the
one gets
chase
corrupted?
is over.
Then I'll make my stand here, Butcher. Anara Lab.
Because if that can happen to the wells, the trees, you know, I don't know, I feel like there's something.
Clean death.
After all,
She's
you've
always
put
like
me through,
7
woman,
steps ahead, you
The
know?
last thing I'll
And this
leave you
proves
is
it,
the
all her
keys of
lore.
death.
No. You wouldn't dare.
Me, severe
And then
Sylvanas
it
sympathizer.
went away. It all went away. The coldness, the stench, the searing pain. It was soft and warm and dark and calm and
Yup.
comforting. And Sylvanas permitted herself to sink into the welcoming darkness. At last she could
Yup.
rest, could lay down the arms
Cause
she'd
and
borne
effects.
for so long in service to her people. And then agony shot through her, agony such as she had never known,
Agony.
and Sylvanas suddenly knew that no physical pain she had ever endured could hold a pale candle to this torment. This was an agony of the spirit, of her soul leaving her lifeless form and being trapped.
Why have I been summoned?
Arthas denied Sylvanas the peace of the afterlife. He ripped her soul out of her body, turned her into a banshee under his full control, and he kept her body locked away in a chest just for a little bit of extra
That's
torment.
very sick.
Sylvanas was forced to watch in horror.
I don't
as
feel like
Arthas took down
anyone
her
has
city
had
and
more
killed her
crimes
king.
against
An
their
Astarian
entire
Sunstrider, he tried to
being
defend his people, but he was
than
over 3,000
her
years
in the
old, and he was no
entire-
match for the
entirety
might
of
of
Warcraft
Frostmourne.
lore.
Sylvanas, she
Like,
had screamed
how do
before
you
when
beat
Arthas had tortured
that?
her, but now
She didn't
she let out a
deserve
scream
that.
like
There's
none
one
she had
thing,
ever
there's a bunch of
before.
villains
The
who've been
pain
locked
and
away
agony
for
of watching
thousands
her
of
people
years,
fall
but, like,
poured out of
she
her, and
didn't
against her
deserve
will,
that.
she did even more
And, like,
damage
she
to her
endured
people.
that,
Her
and
banshee
she
screams
bounced
scattered
back.
armor and made her people bleed out of their ears.
Aw,
and
thank
die.
you,
Arthas had
Magi.
succeeded in his mission, and he claimed the
I appreciate
Sunwell.
it.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly
I
refused.
love it too.
Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves. Now arise, Kel'Thuzad, and serve the Lich King once again.
Sylvanas couldn't believe that all of this destruction, the brutal murder of her people, was all just to bring Kel'Thuzad back to life. She was sickened by all of this, and the only thing that gave her a little breather from her agony was to see how Darkan was foolish enough to try and betray Arthas as he had betrayed his people. Arthas showed no mercy, and he took Darkan's life just as he had taken Sylvanas her life. Now Kil'jaeden's plan of sending the Lich King to Azeroth was to bring the Legion for a new invasion. Kel'Thuzad was put on the task of summoning Archimonde, and he actually succeeded in bringing this powerful demon to our world.
You have done well, little Lich.
Seeing him as the Warcraft graphics is like,
Lord
it's so
Archimonde,
cute to me.
all the preparations
Those
have been
graphics,
made.
because the models are so
Very
tiny,
well,
and like when you see
Tychondrius.
those characters in
Since
World
the
of
Lich
Warcraft,
Kings
they're
of
like
no further
huge.
use to me,
I'm used to
you
only seeing them
Dreadlords
where
will
I'm
now
like the
command
size of
the
their foot
Scourge.
or something.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde. Soon, I will order the invasion to begin. But first, I will make an example of these paltry wizards by crushing their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
This has got to be a joke.
I
I'm sort of afraid.
As well. You may yet
That's
have
great.
a part to play in his grand design.
The Lich King, he did not work willingly for Kil'jaeden. In secret, he worked on his own plans of undermining the Legion, and he had Arthas point Illidan towards the skull of Gul'dan. This skull would give Illidan the power needed to take out the powerful Dreadlord known as Tychondrius, and by extension give the Night Elves, the humans and the Orcs the opportunity to defeat Archimonde. This meant that the Legion invasion was prevented, but the other Dreadlords left in command of the Scourge, they did not know about this. Arthas saw how Archimonde fell at the battle for Mount Hyjal, and he quickly made his way back to his kingdom.
What? Who could possibly...
Greetings, Dreadlords. I should thank you for looking after my kingdom during my absence. However, I won't be requiring your services any longer.
She's just
This
like, alright,
land
y'all,
is
get the fuck
ours.
out.
The Scourge belongs to the Legion.
Nah, nah, nah,
Not
nah,
anymore,
nah.
demon. Your masters have been defeated. The Legion is undone. Your deaths will complete the circle.
Never. This isn't over, human.
Dreadlord's outie. Do y'all see that in the subtitles? What the fuck?
You would return to us, Prince Arthas.
I have returned, Lich.
What was
But you will now address me as king. This is, after all, my land.
But what King Arthas didn't count on was that the Lich King's powers were draining. Casting out Frostmourne had created a crack in the ice, and Illidan's attempt at trying to destroy Icecrown from a distance had made this crack
great.
bigger. The Lich King informed Arthas that danger was approaching and that he quickly had to come back to Northrend to merge with him, so Arthas prepared for the journey. With his powers diminished, Sylvanas
So this
found
was, like,
that her will was
before
her own again.
he
She no
was
longer heard the whispers of the Lich
completely
King in her
the Lich
mind,
King.
and the time of vengeance was upon her. She met with the Dreadlords, and they made their plans to overthrow the king.
Lady Sylvanas, we are pleased that you came.
How could I not? For some reason, I no longer hear the Lich King's voice in my head. My will is my own once again. You Dreadlords seem to know why.
We've discovered that the Lich King is losing his power. As it wanes, so too does his ability to command undead such as you.
And what of King Arthas?
She was too
What
powerful
about
of a
his
gambit to
powers?
control.
Though his
Is really the
rune-blade
tea of it all.
Frostmourne carries powerful enchantments.
Like, that's insane. Like, she was just some little elf ranger general. And, like, the Lich King
You seek to
didn't
overthrow
have
him.
expendable power
My help to
to
do
keep
it.
her under wraps.
The Legion may be defeated, but
That's
we
tea.
are the Nathrazim. We'll not let some upstart human get the best of us. Arthas must fall. The Lich Kel'Thuzad is far too loyal to betray his master. But you, on the other hand,
Hate him. I have my own reasons for seeking vengeance. Arthas murdered my people and turned me into this monstrosity.
Here, at this very site, or around it.
I may take part in the bloody coup, but I will do so in my own way.
Somewhere
We have
along
no time
this
for
long,
this.
dark,
We must find
black
our way out quickly.
scar.
You have my thanks, ladies. But where is your mistress? Where is Sylvanas?
She sent us to find you, great king. We've come to escort you across the river.
Ooh,
Once
tea.
we cross it, we'll take refuge in the wilderness.
Sylvana, she had been able to recover her body from the chest in which Arthas had ordered it to be placed. Her banshees led Arthas into a trap to the place where Sylvanas would finally have her revenge.
This is the place, sisters. We'll rest here, great king.
Why here? We've got to find Kel'Thuzad before we...
You have been deceived. Come to my side at once. Obey.
Damn, she had the Lich King shaking in his boots.
happening here?
He was over there in Northrend fucking rattling in that ice.
You walked right into this.
Imagine if she fully succeeded in killing Arthas here before he was able to go back.
Traitor.
Imagine if she had just a lick of help.
It's a special.
A fucking lick.
I made just for you. The paralysis you're experiencing now is but a fraction of the agony you've caused me.
Finish me, then.
A quick death? Like the one you gave me?
I wish you would have, girly
You're
paw.
going to suffer as I do.
Imagine that alternate
You
universe.
can't even run. Give my regards to hell, you son of a bitch.
Back, you mindless ones.
Tea.
You shall not fall today, my king.
When guys say things like bring
This isn't
back
over,
like
Arthas.
classic WoW
I'm
and the
never
way like
stopping you.
Warcraft was.
Kel'Thuzad showed up just
I just
in
like
time
wish
and
I
he
had
saved
like that
Arthas'
clip on
life,
hand. I'd be
and
like,
Arthas
yeah,
would make
yeah,
it
like
into
this,
Overend
right?
as
Like,
Kel'Thuzad stayed
yeah. And they'd be
behind
like,
to rule his kingdom. Apparently, at some point
yeah,
during the
like
story,
that too. I'd be
Kel'Thuzad,
like,
he either
yeah,
went
yeah,
into hiding
y'all can have
or
whatever
he
you want to, but
relocated
this
to
too, yeah.
Naxxramas. Either way, he kinda disappeared from the story as Sylvanas was contacted by the Dreadlords.
You seem troubled, mistress.
Aren't you, sister? Only days ago we were the Lich King's slaves. We existed only to slaughter in his name. And now, we are free.
How far she is
I don't
from.
understand, mistress. I thought you'd be overjoyed.
What joy is there in this curse?
Oh
We're
my
still in
gosh,
bed, sister.
the legendary
Still monstrosities.
line.
What are we if not slaves to this torment?
I love that they made her repeat that forever in World of Warcraft. I really love that.
Greetings, Lady Sylvanas. My brothers and I appreciate the role you played in overthrowing Arthas. I've come to offer you a formal invitation to join our new order.
Baron Mothras. My only interest was in seeing Arthas dead. I have no time for your petty politics or power-mongering.
Careful, my lady. It would be unwise.
Damn,
to
she said no to
encumber
them
our
from the
path.
gate.
We are the future of these plague lands. You can either join us and rule, or be cast aside.
I lived as a slave long enough, Dreadlord. I won't relinquish my
Period.
freedom by shackling myself to you fools.
So be it. Our reply will come soon.
And he ended up becoming her
Revenge.
bitch.
That's what Sylvanas wanted at this point. But to take out Arthas, she first had to get a home base, she had to get an army. The Dreadlords, they were not pleased with her declining their invitation, so Sylvanas knew that they would strike soon. There was plenty of work to do before Sylvanas could get her revenge, and the first step was to take on the Dreadlords. With her Banshee sisters, she managed to take over some of the local population, like ogres, gnolls, and murlocs. These forces, they proved to be
Tea.
powerful enough to take on Varimafra's forces, but the Dreadlords, he made Sylvanas an offer.
Any final words, demon?
Sylvanas, spare my life. I beg you. I can be of
He
service.
begged for
I swear
it.
You'd
Wow.
sell your brethren out just to save your own skin. I'm listening.
I know what my brother's plans are. I know where their
She was
forces
smart
are based.
taking that up,
Just let me
serve
serve you, and I'll
to get
help
the
you
rest of the
defeat
job
them.
done.
Alright, Verimothras. I'll let you prove your loyalty to me. But be warned.
Already did so much
I'm
legwork
keeping you
without
on
a
short
lick
leash.
of help.
Varimafras, true to his
Without
word,
a
led
lick of
Sylvanas
help.
directly to his brother Defarok, and there they find out that Defarok used his powers to control the humans, amongst them General Garithos. Sylvanas, she used her own banshees to take control of the humans. They opened the gates from the inside, and together they took out the armies before they even realized what hit them. Taking out Defarok released the humans from the
That's
spell,
crazy.
and Sylvanas made a deal with Garithos.
The spell has been lifted. Is the
Literally,
nightmare
like, she's always
finally
7 steps
over?
ahead. Change my mind.
Stand down, humans. I have no quarrel with you.
What is it you
Ooh.
want, elf witch?
And
We
look at
have a
it's like
common enemy.
she literally used
The
to
last
like work for
Dreadlord
these people.
Balthazar
All that happened
currently
was her
controls
soul
the
got ripped
capital
out of her
city of our
body, and they have
kingdom.
the audacity to
If
treat
you
her like
help me
that.
kill him, I'll see to it that you get your lands back.
Why should we trust you?
And she
You're
wants to
part
help
of the
them.
scourge that drove us out in the first place.
Not anymore. My only interest here is vengeance.
Very well.
They won't
I'll
even
rally
take her
what's
word
left
for
of
it
my
either.
forces and meet you outside the gates.
Come now. You have no intention of giving them their lands back.
Why
Of
not?
course not.
Oh.
The humans are simply a means to an end.
True.
You sound more like one
I
of
mean,
us with
when
every
they
passing
approach
day,
you
my
like
lady.
that,
Watch it, Dreadlord.
All 3 of them, they strike out at Balnazar's forces, and they actually manage to take the capital city. However, before taking out Balnazar, Sylvanas had one final test for Varimafras.
It's over, Balthazar. Verimothras.
Yes, my lady.
Kill him.
But it is forbidden for one of the Nathrazim to kill another.
is it?
My defection was one thing, but this...
I require one last test of your loyalty, Dreadlord. Do it.
Yup.
You wouldn't dare.
There, your business is done. Now I want you wretched animals out of my city before I...
Kill him, too.
Gladly.
I mean, they weren't respectful, so
The capital city is ours, but we are no longer part of the Scourge. From here on out, we shall be known as the Forsaken. We will find our own path in this world, Dreadlord, and slaughter anyone who stands in our way.
her.
And so, Sylvanas, she created
We
a home
stand.
for those who were able to step away from the Lich King's control. The Forsaken, they rallied around their Banshee Queen with their main goal
So
of
many
getting
humans
revenge
who have
upon
lost
the
their
one
lives
who placed this curse
have
upon
found a
them.
home.
Arvis's journey would eventually
Thanks
lead
to
him to merging
our
with
Dark
the Lich
Lady.
King, as Sylvanas, she reached out to find more allies and secure her position in the world.
Bound to the iron will of
Bow.
the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee Queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland.
Sylvanas and the Forsaken had but one mission: to take revenge and kill Arthas. Defeating the Dreadlords was a great step, but they would need more allies. Sylvanas, she sent out several messages trying to find some sort of allegiance, but most of the world saw them as monsters and simply wanted them dead.
And
Lord Chief Thrall was
that's
convinced
the
by
team.
Hamul Rune Totem that there was potential for redemption in Sylvanas, her people. Thrall fully realized the
Imagine
sinister
if the
nature of the
Alliance
Forsaken,
just
but he
weren't
also
so
trusted Hamul,
pretentious.
and he allowed the Forsaken into the Horde. This did not only increase the Forsaken's chances of victory against the Lich King and anyone else who tried to take him on, like the Scarlet Crusade, it also gave the Horde a foothold
World of
in
Warcraft
the Eastern
would be
kingdoms.
very different.
During one of her journeys, Sylvanas
I
found
could
a way
be
back
potentially
to
walking
Quel'Thes.
around in
Some way,
Alliance
somehow,
zone
the
right
traitor Darkon Drafir, he
But,
managed
you know,
to survive
Loktar
Arthas'
Ogar,
punishment. He was
bitches.
trying to reclaim the remaining powers of the Sunwell. The Sunwell, it was destroyed after Arthas used it to resurrect Kel'Thuzad,
For
and
the
this story
fucking
takes
war.
place in the Sunwell comics. In this story, we find out that
That's
the
the way
remaining
it
powers of the
goes.
Sunwell, they were transformed into a living being known as Envina. Sylvanas does her best to take out Darkon, but not even her Banshee Scream was able to stop him. In the end of the story, Darkon is supposedly killed by the powers of the Sunwell, and Sylvanas, she promises to keep Envina's identity a secret. Darkon will prove to be near impossible to kill, since during the Burning Crusade he actually returned once again. This time adventurers were put on the task of killing him and collecting his head, and we can only hope that he will stay dead. Nephanos Maris, the first and last of the human Ranger Lords, he fell to the Scourge and eventually
is
became an
he
undead.
right
Sylvanas made
now?
sure that he joined the Forsaken before the Scourge recruited
Like,
him,
right now,
and
though,
Nephanos
is he,
is
like-
still very loyal to Sylvanas, which further supports the speculation that there was something more
killed or
between
something?
Sylvanas and Nephanos.
I can't remember.
Nephanos was still considered to be a hero of the Alliance, and the Alliance was put on the quest to restore order and release Nephanos from his undead curse. A small army was required to take down the Ranger Lord, but Nephanos, he managed to survive
Instead
the
of just
encounter by
accepting,
feigning his
you know,
death.
them as
These
undead
days,
people,
Nephanos
and there's
trains
nothing
new
they can do
Forsaken
about
in
it.
the ways of the hunter.
They need to release them from
The final thing I want to
curse.
mention before we talk about the expansions is the Royal Apothecary Society. This society was created by Sylvanas, and it was
Oh,
put
it
on the task
was?
to make sure that the Forsaken would have enough firepower to take on the Lich King. They were working on a new form of plague, which would not only wipe out the Scourge, not only the undead, but also any other form of life. The other race of the Horde, they actually believed that the Forsaken were working on a cure for the undead illness, but in truth, they performed horrible experiments
makes
on
you
both
say
the living
that?
and the dead. Nothing would stand in Sylvanas her way.
What, the person
getting
dancing?
Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience.
You can't blame her
Harboring
for
no
sending
true
out
loyalty for their new allies.
all of those
They
different
will go to any length to ensure
you know,
their dark plans come to
invitations
fruition.
for allegiances
As one of the Forsaken,
and whatever she tried to do, you know,
must
to
massacre
secure
any who pose a threat to the new
some
order.
alliances
Human,
for her faction.
undead,
Alright?
otherwise.
Girl's gotta do what she's gotta
As
do.
we all know, the Blood Elves, they entered the game during the Burning Crusade. The Blood Elves, they actually used to be High Elves, but they now call themselves Blood Elves in honor of all those who had fallen while trying to defend their land against Arthas and the Scourge.
Yeah.
Officially, their people were told
Gang,
that
gang, gang,
Sylvanas,
gang,
she
gang,
simply
gang.
died with the rest of them. But rumor had it that there was more going on, that Sylvanas was now actually the Banshee Queen. Apparently, Sylvanas still felt some sort of connection to her people, since she played a massive role in getting the Blood Elves into the Horde. Besides that, she also offered the support of the Forsaken to secure the land against any remaining Scourge forces. The Blood Elves, they first refused her offer, thinking it was some sort of trick, but eventually they let her in and they
Yep, it was
became a
Tyrande,
solid
yep.
part of the Horde. As Blood Elves quest through the Ghostlands, they can find a necklace
The Night
at
Elves
the
literally
Windrunner
like went
Spire,
out of
the
their way to
same
be like,
necklace
no,
once
don't
given
accept
to
the Blood
Sylvanas
Elves.
by
Like,
her older
what?
sister, Illyria. You can bring the necklace back to the Dark Lady, and first she says that the
I've done
necklace
that
and her
quest so many
sister are a
times.
long dead memory.
Oh, yeah, and
but
they did it to the
Sylvanas, she
Nighthorn
can't
as
hold up the
well.
past for very long.
I
Her
find
older
that
sister still
crazy
holds
that in
a
Legion
spot
they
in her
like
dark heart. And
re-solidified the
Sylvanas,
fact
she
that the
sings
Alliance
Lament
are
of the
still
Highborn
like
as
that.
she remembers her old life.
What joy is there in
It's
this
the main reason
curse?
why I don't like the Alliance. Like, it just appalls me that anyone likes a faction who's like that. I just don't understand. I cannot forgive them for that. Whether I like Blood Elves and Undead or not, I just think that that's wrong. Because they basically reached out to them first. But, you know, like I said, Loktar Ogar.
5 years took place between Arthas merging with the Lich King and him waking up to strike out at the world once more. Sylvanas, her people, they've been able to invent a plague that did not only kill the living, but also the dead.
Racism while I'm
Forsaken and
reporting
Scourge
this,
alike.
right? Like,
Even
let me
though
open a
Sylvanas has
ticket
regained full
right
control,
now.
she still felt a certain link with Arthas, and when he woke up,
Delete the
she felt
Alliance
it in her
faction.
soul. At last,
GM
Arthas,
responds,
you will pay
why?
for
And
what
be like,
you have
the
done.
lore.
humans who spawn such as you shall
I
be
feel
slaughtered.
discriminated
Your scourge
against
shall
by
be
that
stopped in their
entire
tracks. You will no
faction.
longer be able to
They
hide
told me I
behind your
wasn't allowed to
armies of
join.
mindless undead puppets. And we will grace you with the same mercy and compassion you showed us. Thrall was cautious and reluctant to give the order to assault Northrend, but once the Scourge struck out at Orgrimmar, he saw no other way. Garrosh Hellscream was put in charge of leading the bulk of the horde into Northrend, and of course, Sylvanas also joined the assault. The Blood Elves, they were also reluctant to support the war against Arthas, since they just had to deal with a civil war, and Lor'themar, he did not want to send his people off to war again. Sylvanas, she made sure that they would carry their weight in the horde, and she paid a little visit to Lor'themar.
That's crazy.
Have you forgotten who's responsible for the state of Quel'Thalas in the first place?
She went there to hold them men accountable.
And when he gave none, she continued. Well, I at least have not. My vengeance will not be denied, and you will give me what I demand of you. The Sindorai Rangers and Magi, as well as the Blood Knights. We cannot spare them, Sylvanas. Her flaking lips curled into a sneer. Then you can hide here like a beaten dog, if that is indeed your will, Lor'themar. Though if you believe anything can come from it, you are a fool. Do you think Arthas will be content to ignore you whilst you wait here and lick your wounds? Do you think I will tolerate such cowardice? I would warn you, those who do not stand with the Forsaken stand against them.
Period.
And those who stand against the Forsaken will not stand long. For a while now, my people have stood guard in these lands, and it is by my hand that you have any place within the hordes. You will aid us in Northrend, or I shall cease to aid you in Quel'Thalas.
Period.
Lor'themar, he had no choice, and he devoted his people to a new war. In Northrend, the bulk of the horde led by Garrosh assaulted the land starting from the Borean Tundra, while Sylvanas and the Forsaken, they attacked from the Howling Fjords. Under the name of the Hand of Vengeance, they worked on perfecting the plague while also taking the land. The campaign against the Lich King, it seemed to be going fine. The Alliance and Horde were even worked together, but at the Wrathgate, Sylvanas would be betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putris.
Per usual. So what can you do when you constantly are pulling teeth to get any sort of support and help, and then what you already do have is questionable?
Back, you mindless wretches!
Somatic.
Fight on, brothers!
I mean, they got the job done here, though. Right? Isn't that how this ends? This is Wrathgate, right?
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us!
Oh, but that's right, because there was orcs down there too, wasn't there?
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
But did they have it under control? Okay, maybe they did. Oh, they did. Alright, well, it's a little fucked up. Okay, it's like a lot.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, like, Arthas is gonna slay all these people out here.
Of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Would they have been able to handle that?
Of fear. Enough talk! Let it be finished!
Okay, like, that answers that question. Ooh.
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can.
Yeah, like, I don't know, that these people were probably about to die to him anyways.
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken.
See, we deserve our own time.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living!
I mean, I don't feel like anyone sitting there having a standoff with Arthas was gonna walk away from that fight anyways, but like, yeah. You know. shit happen.
This isn't
And that hurt him very bad. I mean, war does cause sacrifice.
Can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
Yeah, I remember back then having talks with people who were like, oh my god, is Forsaken gonna get their own faction? And we're like, no, that'd be stupid.
For any of us.
Dragons can come clear the blight, but they can't clean up the fucking scourge.
The plague she and her people had worked on for years had fallen into the wrong hands, and Putris used the plague against the Scourge, the Alliance, and even the Hordes. Varimafras and Putris, they worked together in overthrowing their queen, and they took the Undercity right beneath her nose. This meant that Sylvanas, she had to secure her home base before she would be able to deal with Arthas. Together with Thrall, Vol'jin, and several members of the Horde, they charged into the Undercity, and they took on Varimafras, who was busy trying to summon something into Azeroth.
Welcome to my kingdom of darkness. Did you enjoy my minion's terrible creation? Potent, is it not? But enough prattling. You wish to reclaim your city. Come then, heroes. Your souls will fuel the host. You will have this place back in pieces.
What have they done to my beautiful city? The only redemption for the traitors responsible for this will be an agonizing death. My vengeance will be swift and without mercy.
Lead the way, Dark Lady. We will follow.
Very well, War Chief. The royal quarter is this way. Stay on guard. There is no telling what Varimafras and Putris have in store for us.
What is this? Welcome to your future. What little there is left of it.
May my aim be true.
Too long. Tireless, endless planning. It will not end
Person
like
recording
this.
this.
More time. The master is near.
I love them for recording this in first person like that.
Can you not feel it, mortals? Cease this foolishness and join me. I will not fail. Not again. I cannot hold. Destabilizing. You have failed me, Varimafras.
Yep. I remember that.
1,000 pardons, Master. I will deal with these intruders myself.
The voice files that you hear while fighting Varimafras, they are named after Sargeras, so it seems likely that the Dreadlord, he never truly gave up his connection to the Legion, and he was trying to summon Sargeras into Azeroth.
Years wasted.
The Alliance, they were also struck by this betrayal, and they had their own reasons for assaulting the Undercity. They took on Putris, and at the end, Varian and Thrall, they nearly went at each other. Jaina, she was able to teleport Varian and the Alliance away from the city before more damage was done. Thrall gave the Undercity back to Sylvanas, but he had learned his lesson. He left behind several of his Kor'kron to guard the city, while also keeping an eye on the Dark Lady to make sure that something like the Wrathgates would never happen again.
It's like they all blamed her.
Undercity was secure once more, so it was
it.
time for Sylvanas to make her way to Northrend and confront the Lich King. Together with Horde adventurers, she made her way into the frozen halls deep inside Ice Crown Citadel.
The Argent Crusade and the Knights of the Ebon Blade have
like
assaulted the gates of the Ice Crown
this World of
Citadel
Warcraft.
and are preparing for a massive attack upon
The
the
Alliance
Scourge.
versus the Horde.
Our mission is a bit more subtle,
and she's
but
like
equally
the
as
only
important.
one
With
who
the attention
does
of the
that.
Lich King turned towards the front gate, we'll be working our way through the side in
Just don't
search of
understand.
information that will enable us to defeat him. Once
I feel
and
like
for
I know
all.
that there's a ton of
Our
people
scouts have
who,
reported
like,
that the Lich King has a
love the
private
Horde and
chamber
stuff, and
outside
they
of the
hate
Frozen
how much,
Throne,
like, Thrall
deep
works
within a
with
place
Jaina
called the
and
Halls
everything.
of Reflection. That is our target,
Yeah.
champions. We will
They went
cut a
behind her
swath
back
of
to
destruction
use
through
it
this cursed
properly.
place and
That's
find
what
a
I'm
way
saying,
to
like,
enter
she's
the Halls
barely
of
ever had a
Reflection.
lick of health.
If there is anything of
And then they
value to be
blame
found
her
here,
for things.
it will be found in the halls.
And I'm just like,
The Dark Lady watches over you. Make haste. Soldiers of the Horde, attack!
the Lich King had literally melted
Your
the
last
first
waking memory
most
will
powerful
be of
orc that charged
agonizing
him.
pain.
I don't think any of those people were going to live from that fight anyways. Once the Lich King opened that door.
Pathetic
Realistically,
weaklings.
who the fuck was there who was
Stop.
going to
Don't
kill
kill
them?
me, please.
I don't think
I'll tell
anyone
you
was there who
everything.
was strong enough. If they died from plague
Why
bombs,
should the Banshee Queen spare your
do you
miserable
think they were
life?
powerful enough to... What were they gonna do?
What you seek is in the Master's lair.
Yep.
But you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry. Now, within the halls of reflection, you will find Frostmourne.
I'd be vengeful as fuck if I
holds
was
the
her
truth.
too. Because, like,
Frostmourne?
people always blame
The
me
Lich
for
King is
shit.
never without his
We're
blade.
not helping you.
If you are lying
When you
to
go out of
me,
your way to ask for it.
I swear it's true. Please don't kill me.
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it had to take some crazy strong-ass paladin to take him down.
Do not think that I shall
Had to be
permit
somebody
you
with, like,
entry
an
into
insane
my
amount of holy
master's
light.
sanctum so easily. Pursue me if
So
you
nobody in
dare.
that crowd was gonna be
a
able to
fitting
take him
end
on
for a
at
traitor.
Rathgate. I don't know.
Come, we must free the slaves and see what is within the Lich King's
With
chamber
it,
for
mine
ourselves.
being not
I
really
don't
her
believe
idea,
it.
plus the fact that
Frostmourne
those
stands
people weren't
before
surviving
us,
that anyways.
unguarded,
Yeah.
just as the gnome claimed. Come, heroes, standing this close to the blade that ended my life. And the pain, it is renewed. I dare not touch it. Stand back, as I attempt to commune with the blade. Perhaps our salvation lies within.
That's bold.
Careful, girl. I've heard talk of that cursed blade saving us before. Look around you and see what has been born of Frostmourne.
Uther the Lightbringer. How?
You haven't much time. The Lich King sees what the sword sees. He will be here shortly.
The Lich King is here? Then my destiny shall be fulfilled on this day.
You cannot defeat the Lich King. Not here. You would be a fool to try. He will kill those that follow you and raise them as powerful soldiers of the Scourge. But for you, Sylvanas, his reward for you would be worse than the last.
There must be a way.
Perhaps. But know this. There must always be a Lich King. Alas, the only way to defeat the Lich
Why'd he
King
cut him
is
off?
to destroy him at the place where he was created.
The Frozen Throne.
Aye.
And now, because she ripped the crown in half, there's no
coming.
Lich King, right?
Silence, Paladin. So,
I feel like that's actually killing the Lich King. I don't see why that was such a crime. She said she was gonna do that. Everyone never took her seriously. Yeah, so there'll never have to be
As
another
you
Lich
wish,
King.
my lord.
Because she ripped the crown in half. Yeah,
Soldiers
it
of
ripped open the
Lordaeron,
Shadowlands and whatever
rise
not,
to
but we
meet your
figured that out,
master's
right?
call.
Like, everything's fine, I think.
You will not escape
They didn't
me
make a
that
new
easily,
crown and put
Office.
someone else
I
on the
will
fucking
have my
throne, did they?
vengeance.
Was that the only way to close the sky? I didn't play during Shadowlands, so I don't know exactly how that, like,
this time there will be no escape. You will all serve me in death.
He's too powerful. Heroes, quickly, come to me. We must leave this place immediately. I will do what I can to hold him in place while
Such
we
an
flee.
iconic raid.
There is no escape.
It felt like some Michael Myers shit. I remember the first time I did it. I was, like, actually scared.
No wall can hold the Banshee
We were like
Queen.
barely
Keep
getting the
undead at
walls
bay,
down
heroes.
and stuff.
I will tear this barrier down.
Because you have to like do
It's a
so much
dead
in order to
end.
get to the next phase.
So this is how it ends. Prepare yourselves, heroes. For today, we make
Oh,
our
okay,
final
so
stand.
there is still someone technically a Lich King? That's ass.
Nowhere to run. You're mine now. Fire! Fire!
Wow, rocks.
Get on board, now! This whole mountainside could collapse at any moment.
We are safe for now. His strength has increased tenfold since our last battle. It will take a mighty army to destroy the Lich King. An army greater than even the Horde can rouse.
It was
Arthas,
like
fully
there
merging
at
with the Lich
that
King,
point
had
she
increased his
probably
powers, and
realized
Sylvanas
that
was
like
no match for
anything
him on her
mortal
own. It is up to the Horde
that
and the
she was
Alliance to
doing
tear down the
seems
walls of
so,
Icecrown and bring the
like,
king to
pointless.
his knees.
Now I stand, the lion.
it's like you gotta go above and beyond to like get rid of this thing. And it's like, yeah, no mortal armies dealing with that.
Fear.
Yeah. But that's the thing too, like it's good that
Those that have done the
they're
Shadowmourne
free
questline
roaming,
and
I
actually
feel.
defeated Arthas with this weapon, they're able to get a special item after defeating the Lich
Because
King. One
anyone
of these
who
items is a vial of
is
blood from
the Lich
Sylvanas,
King
and upon
is
returning this to
just
her,
probably gonna
she
turn
says,
evil just
So,
like he did.
it is done. I had not dared to trust my senses. Too many times has the Lich King made me to be a fool. Finally, he has been made to pay for the atrocities he imposed upon my people. May Azeroth never fail to remember the horrible price we paid for our weakness, for our pride. But what now,
And yet
hero?
they do.
What of those freed from his grasp, but still shackled to their mortal coils? Leave me.
Yeah,
much to ponder.
but it's like, so then
what now indeed?
if you don't
Sylvanas'
delve into the
storyline up to
power
this
of
point
it, no,
was all
no
about
one's in
getting
control of it
revenge, and with
anyways.
Arthas taken out, that's
A lot
exactly
of
what she
the
got.
feral
Sylvanas, she made her way
scourge.
to the top of Icecrown after these events, and she found out that a new Lich King was placed upon the throne. Bolvar Fordragon had taken up the burden to be the jailer of the damned, but all of it no longer mattered to Sylvanas. None of it mattered anymore. Her undead life's goal was complete, so Sylvanas, she looked down and she saw liberation. Sylvanas, she threw herself from the top of Icecrown, and she embraced the cold hands of death, but the Valkyr, they had other plans in
Oh,
mind
yeah,
for
that's
Sylvanas.
right. The
They
poor
showed
thing
Sylvanas
literally
visions of her
tried
past,
offing
how she
herself.
used to be, and how she used to use her troops. To her, they were arrows in a quiver, shot out to accomplish her goals. They also showed her how her Forsaken were the same to her, arrows aimed at Arthas' heart. They also showed her visions of a possible future where Garrosh, he used the bulk of the Forsaken to take down Gilneas. They showed her how the Alliance retook the capital city of Lordaeron, and how her people threw themselves into bonfires. Again, all of it didn't matter to Sylvanas. All she wanted was to escape this eternal torment, and she threw herself off the top of Icecrown. The Valkyr, they tried to stop her.
It's
They tried to keep
interesting
her
to
in
think
limbo and
what
offer
would have
her a
happened
choice.
if she
These
did
visions
off
were not to
herself
judge
and,
Sylvanas, but they were
like,
to show her what could happen to her
what
people.
Garrosh
Let
would have
them
done
perish, Sylvanas
without her
cried.
being
I
around
am
to keep him
finished
in
with
check,
them.
actually.
The Valkyr had no choice, and they let Sylvanas go and see for herself what the afterlife had in store. Lady Sylvanas Windrunner tumbled in a freefall. Not in the physical sense. Her body had been obliterated at the foot of Icecrown Citadel. It was her spirit that tumbled, lost like a rudderless ship in a storm.
So, like,
How
she
had she gotten
literally
here?
did
She couldn't remember. Had she been killed by Arthas? Had she committed suicide?
try to end
Had
it
she been
all?
sent to judgments by the Valkyr? Time was meaningless here. Her whole life seemed not a series of events, but a single instant, a pinpoint flash of consciousness in an infinite void. She saw only darkness. And then she felt, truly felt, for the first time in a long while. She recoiled in agony. Here she was, her spirit once again feeling whole, only to feel it suffer. To feel once more, only to feel abject pain, cold, hopelessness, fear. There were others in the darkness, things she didn't recognize, because nothing so terrible could exist in the world of the living. Claws tore at her, but she had no mouth with which to scream. Eyes looked at her, but she couldn't look back.
That doesn't
regrets.
sound like
She
the
sensed a familiar
afterlife,
presence,
though. That doesn't
recognized
sound
it,
like where
the
everyone
taunting
else
voice
in
that
World of
had once
Warcraft,
held
when
her
they
in its
fucking
grasp.
die,
Arthas,
go.
Arthas
Like, that
made me
sounds
feel
like
here.
she's, like,
His
in
essence
the
rushed to
grips
her,
of the
desperate,
old
then
gods
shrank
or
away
some
in
shit when
horrified
she
recognition.
dies.
The
Like,
boy
it's
who would be
crazy.
Lich King, just a scared little blonde child, reaping the aftermath of a lifetime of mistakes. If any part of Sylvanas' soul were not at that moment torn and tormented, she might have even felt, for the first time, the slightest glimmer of pity for him. In the grand landscape of all the world's suffering and all the evils of the infinite, the Lich King was insignificant. Now the others had her, surrounded her, gleeful, tormenting, tearing at her consciousness, delighting in her suffering. Horror. This was to be her eternity, the endless void, the dark, unknown realm of anguish. Hell, or at least Warcraft's version of Hell, that's what waits for Sylvanas on the other side. The 9 Valkyrs, still bound to Lich King will, they came down for her and they offered her a choice. They would join Sylvanas, in exchange they would be free of Bolvar's will, and they would even take her place in Hell,
her
as they would be forever bound together. Not only would the Valkyr keep Sylvanas alive, they would also give her the power to resurrect the dead into new forces for the Forsaken. Sylvanas agreed to the pact with the Valkyr, and the first of them took her place in Hell, as Sylvanas carved out a new destiny for her and the Forsaken. They would no longer simply be arrows in a quiver. Now they were her bulwarks against the infinite. Together with her 8 remaining Valkyr, Sylvanas intends to never return to the hell that she had witnessed.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed
but what
upon
I'm
both
saying
the
is,
Alliance
like, it just seems
and
like
the
it's a
Horde
different,
to calamitous effect.
I don't know.
Unbeknownst
It
to
seems
Sylvanas,
like that
Putrus and his
version
demonic
for
ally,
her
Veramathras,
is seemingly
had taken
more intense
control
than
of the
whatever the
Undercity.
end for everyone else.
As a
who is
result, the Forsaken
apparently
were
evil.
wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually
It's like,
retaken,
I
Sylvanas
just
and her
don't feel
followers
like
still bear the weight of Putrus' sins.
I feel like because she's
Mistrusted
already
by the
dead
other
and
members of the
on
Horde,
death and everything,
the Forsaken
like,
must
that's
now
why it's
prove their
different, I'm
loyalty to the
wondering.
cause and redeem
And why she
themselves
goes
from their
into like that
supposed
void
treachery.
place rather than
To
like
this end, Sylvanas
like what
has bolstered
most
her defenses
regular
within the Tirisfal
beings
Glades and
in
readied her
the World of
undead
Warcraft
forces for any
go when they die,
contingency.
evil or
As one of
not.
the Forsaken, you must use your
Sounds
cunning and
small.
viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or
Right?
otherwise.
And that's the
In one of the
thing, is
visions
like they
shown
leave
by the
that
Valkyr,
open-ended
Sylvanas saw
with like
how Garrosh
what
was
she
throwing away
sees and
Forsaken
knows,
troops in
and
order
then
to
like
take
what the
Gilneas.
Shadowlands
Upon returning,
is.
Sylvanas told the war chief that they would take Gilneas, but they would do it her way. No one would squander her Forsaken away. She needed them as a bulwark against the Infinites, and not even the war chief would take them away from her. To understand the battle at Gilneas, we'll have to talk a little bit about the history of Gilneas and their people. Gilneas built their gigantic wall around their city sometime after the Second War, so sometime
Hi,
after
Jimmy.
the First Horde invasion was defeated.
How are
It was
you?
part of the Alliance of Lordaeron, and their leader Gan Greymane, he placed the support with the other leaders. Greymane was not much of a team player though, and he would rather spend his money on defending his own kingdom and his own people than working together with the rest, but he didn't go as far as betraying the Alliance. The Alliance, they would eventually win the war against the Horde, and over time their allegiances would weaken. Greymane took it one step further, and he built a massive wall around his city, allowing no one to set foot in his land, so they wouldn't have to concern themselves with other people's problems.
Good
His wall
times
was very
invading that
mighty,
city.
but not strong enough to stand against the Scourge
It
and
was doing
Arthas.
pretty
When the
great.
undead roamed the land,
Finally
Gilneas
getting around to
forces
this
tried to stop them,
almost
but
4-hour
they were
long video of
decimated.
Sylvanas
Desperate, Greymane
lore I've been
asked
wanting to
Archmage
watch for a
Arugal
long
for aid,
time.
and Arugal, he
Thought it would
summoned
be
the
good to share
Worgen
with
to attack the
stream.
Scourge. The Worgen were summoned from the Emerald Dream, where they were placed many years ago by Malfurion Stormrage himself. These Worgen, they actually used to be druids who tried to contain their powers of the demigod Goldrin, but instead of containing the
And a
powers,
nice
they lost
long
themselves
walk
to the
on the
Fury.
beach
Their bites
in
would
an
even spread the
MMO.
Worgen curse to other people, and
That's
Malfurion,
my
he saw
favorite kind
no
of
other
things
way
to
than
do.
to place them in hibernation within the dream. At first, the plan worked great. The summoned Worgen were a great fighting force against the Scourge, but then the Worgen, they turned around and they attacked Gilnean Ghanaian people, slowly spreading their curse through the city. These Worgen were led by Ralar Fangfire, also known as Alpha Prime, the first of the druids who had turned into a Worgen. He had infiltrated Gilneas through tunnels under the Greymane Wall, and he was searching for the Scythe of Elune, which he could use to summon more of his Worgen brothers and sisters from the Emerald Dream. With these additional Worgen, he planned to assault their nests and take revenge upon Malfurion, and to this end, he allied himself with the Forsaken and their assault against
It's interesting
Gilneas.
that there aren't
The
Night
invasion
Elf
of Gilneas
Worgen.
took place in several stages, and it's a little bit too big
Why
to cover all
can't
the little
people
details,
choose
but
to
I will do
become
my
Night Elf
best.
Worgens
At
if
first,
they
as I just
want
told you,
to?
Geralt threw the Forsaken at the Gilnean wall, but the wall was able to hold. Alpha Prime, he attacked the city with his Worgen, to which King Greymane allied himself with Lord Darius Crowley. Darius had led a rebellion against Greymane in the past, and he was
Cataclysm
imprisoned
Classic
because
is
of
up,
this,
by
but
the way.
Greymane, he still
If
saw him
anyone
as a
wants to
friend,
relive
and the city
these
needed his help.
very
Together,
fun
they fought
quests.
back against
Man,
the Worgen assault, but Crowley, he realized that
Gilneas
the only
quest
way
is so
for the
good.
citizens
It's
to
so
survive
good.
would be to evacuate
Highly
them all
recommend.
to Duskhaven. He and his forces stayed behind to keep the Worgen distracted, while Greymane and the rest of their people evacuated. Crowley's sacrifice saved many lives that day, but at the price of him becoming a Worgen himself. The royal alchemist of King Gen Greymane had managed to create a
remember that.
potion which allowed the Worgen to regain their sanity and
we
take
started
control
getting
over their
some of the
actions,
coolest
even if it was
cosmetics
for
we
just
ever
a
got in
little
the
while.
game.
These liberated Worgens, they joined the Gilneans forces, and even though Alpha Prime had taken the city, their walls were holding. And that was until the
Speaking of Crowley, I
cataclysm
think
hit
that's
the world
whose
of
glasses
Azeroth.
I
It
have
shattered
on.
the Greymane Wall and even the natural defenses around the city. This allowed the Forsaken to not only invade from the land, but they could also assault from the sea. The Worgen, they were no pushovers though, and their forces led by Prince Liam Greymane and Lord Vincent Godfrey, they were able to put up a fierce resistance. Unfortunately for them, the cataclysm was not over yet, and they had to evacuate Duskhaven before the land was consumed by the sea. The survivors, they fled to Blackwald, where they found the Night Elves, led by Belrisa Starbreeze. Belrisa had actually been there when the first of the Druids assumed their Worgen forms, and she offered her assistance and knowledge with restoring the balance between man and beast. The potion that was given to the Gilneans, it would not last forever, but the Night Elves ritual would restore the balance and would allow the Gilneans to hold control over their Worgen forms. Crowley had already made his way to the Night Elves, and he informed adventurers that the Forsaken had gotten their hands on the Scythe of Elune. This artifact would allow them to hold control over the Worgen, so they had to reclaim the item before it was lost forever. A pack of Worgen, led by Tobias Mistmantle, they distracted the Forsaken, while adventurers stole back the scythe before it could reach Sylvanas. After these events, Godfrey and Greymane, they showed up asking Crowley to join their forces once more. Crowley asked if Greymane requested their aid as a tyrant or as a friend, to which Greymane revealed that he himself had turned into a Worgen, so he was asking this as a friend. Godfrey could not handle his king being one of the cursed Worgens, so he made his plans of his own. He captured Greymane with the intention of using him as a bargaining chip with the Forsaken. The adventurers, they came to the rescue once more, and they liberated
Always
the king,
trying to
which
betray
Godfrey
their
decided
own.
that it was better to be dead than to serve under a Worgen. After
That's
liberating
humans
and
in World of
recruiting as many
Warcraft
of the
for
people as
ya.
they could, Greymane and Liam got ready to fight for their city. The prince himself led their forces against the troops of the Forsaken as they fought their way to the heart of the city. There, Sylvanas herself showed up on the battlefield, planning to use a poisoned arrow on the king himself. But his son jumped in front of the shot, and he died in his father's arms.
That's
Sylvanas
great.
retreated, and she met
Again,
with
another
General
thing she
Warhol,
did
who was
not
sent by Geralt to keep an eye on the
intend,
Forsaken.
bro.
It appears you're losing control of Gilneas, Sylvanas. Garrosh fears he's going to have to carry out this invasion himself.
T.
You can assure Garrosh that this is a minor setback. Our victory in Gilneas will be absolute.
You sound very confident, Your Majesty. I seriously hope you do not plan to use the plague.
Do what we
Garrosh
want.
has explicitly forbidden it.
Garrosh can eat
You
a
do
whole-
well to watch your tone, General. Neither you nor Garrosh have anything to worry about. We've ceased all production of the plague, as he ordered. We'd never deploy it without his permission.
T.
I will deliver my report to our leader then. By your leave, my lady.
Go with honor, General.
My lady,
Ooh,
should I order my
go
men to
with
stop the deployment
honor.
of the plague? Or are we to continue as planned?
What kind of question is that? Of course we're deploying the plague, as planned. Let the Gilneans enjoy their small victory. Not even their bones will remain by tomorrow.
You wish.
Tobias Mismental, he heard the entire conversation, and he made sure to evacuate the city before they would all fall to the plague. Gilneas was left in ruins, but its citizens had survived as they sailed away on boats delivered to them by the Night Elves. A new alliance was formed. They would return to fight another day, while the Gilneas Liberation Front,
The Night Elves, the one who made them,
remained behind to try
Worgen
and
in the
retake
first
Gilneas
place.
from the Forsaken
You know, the
forces.
ones who, you know.
Meanwhile, Sylvanas, she presented the war chief with her new allies.
Reason why they're...
Where is that ogre-headed buffoon?
Oh my gosh, I was so young when this first came out.
Speak of the devil.
Oh my lord, I screamed at the
This
top
better be important,
of my
Sylvanas.
lungs.
You know how I detest this place and its foul stench.
I was screaming.
Why have you called for me? And more importantly, what are those scourge fiends doing here?
His audacity to call them things fiends.
War Chief,
They're
so glad you could
gorgeous.
make it.
Beautiful angels.
With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent Scourge became unemployed. Those fiends,
She did this
as
as
you so
like-
delicately put it, are called Valkyr.
Yeah, as you so
They are under
delicately
my
put it.
command now. And they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
Get on with it, Sylvanas!
Very well, War Chief. I have solved the plight of the Forsaken. As a race, we Forsaken are unable to procreate.
I was screaming like, yeah!
With the aid of the Valkyr, we are now able to take the corpses of the fallen and create new Forsaken.
Casting,
Agatha,
casting,
show the war chief.
arise, new... The subtitles. I think it's beautiful. I don't understand. It's World of Warcraft. It's the Alliance versus the Horde. Why is this aberration?
What you have done here, Sylvanas, it goes against the laws of nature.
Why?
Disgusting is the only word
Don't you
I
wanna
have
win?
to describe it.
So confused.
War
Never
Chief,
understood it.
Without these new Forsaken,
It's
my
like
people
15
would die
years
out.
later. I still
Our
don't
hold
get it.
upon Gilneas and Northern Lordaeron would crumble.
They just like
Have you
literally
given any
want
thought
all of
to
the
what this
undead to
means,
perish.
Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now?
Well, the Lich King didn't wait
Isn't
around
it
for
obvious,
people.
War Chief?
Exactly.
I serve the Horde.
Yeah, the Lich King didn't wait around for people
Watch
to
your
attack him,
clever mouth, bitch. Chromosh,
acting like
you
there's any other
stay
better answer
behind
to that.
And make sure the Banshee Queen is well guarded. I will be expecting a full report when next
The
we
difference
meet.
between the Lich King,
Remember,
right?
Sylvanas,
Try to make his own flesh creations in
eventually,
Pandaria.
we all
The difference
have to
between the Lich
stand
King is he
before
went
our
out of his
Maker
way
and face
to have a
judgment.
crusade and then raised
Your
people
day may come
who had no
sooner
business.
than
They didn't go against him, no
Geralt is
nothing.
obviously not pleased with Sylvanas'
She was just
actions,
raising
but she
people
doesn't
who
care
went
what
out of
the
their
war
way to
chief
go
has
against
say.
the
The
Horde.
Valkyr are now her most powerful allies, able to resurrect the fallen and make them fight for the Banshee Queen. Something Sylvanas makes full use of as the war against Gilneas and the rest of the area continued. The Valkyr, they were deployed to convert the humans at Fenris Isle into Forsaken. But Crowley, he made use of this attack by offering the humans their Worgen blood.
Yep.
Embracing the Worgen curse would make the humans immune to the Valkyr's magic, and it would prevent them from being turned into Forsaken. Even though they hated the idea to become Worgen, they still accepted it, since it was better than to be turned into the undead. Around this time,
Look at
Greymane
that.
had made his way to Stormwind,
Choosing
and he
to
allied
curse
with the
themselves
Alliance.
to
Kivarian Rin,
become
he
half
realized the
wolves
threat of the
instead of
Forsaken,
becoming
and he deployed
undead.
some of his finest troops to the liberation of
Meanwhile,
Gilneas.
this
The Seventh
undead
Legion
faction
sent out to
was
take
trying
back the
to be
city,
part
and
of the
they were
Alliance in
actually
the first
successful.
place.
But Sylvanas, she had more plans in
Karma's
mind.
a bitch.
She had adventurers recover the corpse of Lord Vincent Godfrey, the same Godfrey
I don't
who threw himself off the
understand.
cliff.
It's
Our
World
own
of
troops
Warcraft.
recovered his lieutenants,
I'm
Lord
so
Walden
confused.
and Baron
It's like
Ashbur.
everybody's
They
against
were
the
resurrected
Warcraft.
as Forsaken. Forsaken, and Godfrey seemed to be
I
more
feel like
than
she's
willing
actively
to serve
just
the Dark
been
Lady.
the
He
only
had always
one
said
who's
that
like,
it was
yeah,
better to be dead than to serve as a
war, and
Worgen,
everyone's like,
so he had
not,
no
but not
problem
like
being
that,
resurrected as an
not
undead.
that
The adventurers,
way,
they were then put
no.
on the task
And
of
it's
taking
what the
Embermill,
fuck?
one of the last Dalaran
What do you
settlements in the land.
mean?
A rumor had it that the mages at Embermill, they were waiting for more Alliance reinforcements before turning on the Forsaken, so they had to be taken out before they became a bigger threat. They too were turned to the undead, adding more and more forces to Sylvanas, her army. The 7th Legion and the Worgen were not
she
yet defeated
deserves.
though, and Godfrey and his men were set on the task of collecting Lorna Crowley, daughter of Lord Darius Crowley, who was leading the Gneis Liberation Front. Lorna, she was still unaffected by the Worgen curse, which meant that she was still vulnerable to Sylvanas and her Valkyr. Sylvanas
These
went as
guards
far
are
as to threaten
cunty.
Crowley,
Wait a
and
minute.
she told him that if they
In the
wouldn't
game
hand over
here?
Gilneas, that she would
Bitch,
turn
I've
Lorna
not seen
into
these
one
female
of her
guards. I'm so
Forsaken.
used to seeing
Crowley
the male
had no
guards.
choice, and he surrendered the city to Sylvanas, and
Oh,
the
these
Danes seemed
girls
to be
are
won.
cunty.
However, Godfrey had other plans in
Such
mind.
a nice
He shot
hairstyle
Sylvanas
on them
point
and
blank in her back,
everything,
ending her
like-
life, and while the orc Kromash and the adventurers
look
present quickly overpowered Godfrey,
good.
he did manage to retreat all the way back to Shadowfang Keep. The Valkyr had made the pact for Sylvanas, and they worked on bringing her back to life. The
I've
first
not
time that
seen
Sylvanas
them
had killed
before.
herself,
I'm used
only
to the
one
men.
Valkyr had to take her place, but apparently that
They look
Valkyr was far more
good.
powerful than the
Damn,
rest
I might
of them.
put them
This
there.
time, it took all
You know
three
damn
of
well
them
there
to
used to
bring
be two
Sylvanas
male
back,
guards standing
but they
there
were
with their
successful, and
old-ass PC
Sylvanas
armor.
came back from hell. She was furious at Godfrey and swore that she would get her revenge as she made her way back to the Undercity to recover. Godfrey, he was taken out in the Shadowfang Keep dungeon, while Gilneas, to this day, is still being fought over. Blizzard hasn't made an official story about this, but
Gilneas
several
is
tweets
still
from reliable
being fought
sources
over,
suggest that
technically?
even though Crowley surrendered, several of his people did not. They still battled over the future of Gilneas, which we see in the
Oh, and then the
battlegrounds.
guys?
Later on, we
Oh,
have
the
Creed,
guys
who
are
shows
slightly
up. He was
updated
part of the
too,
rogue
I just
legendary
never really
questline.
noticed.
Riffion, he sends rogues to take him out,
Huh.
and Kree's forces left the city for a safer place. Time will tell who might hold Gilneas in the future. For now, it's still
guys look
disputed.
kinda good, too.
More
Had a
territories
bit of
would
an
be
update
conquered
as
by the
well.
Forsaken, amongst them the town of South Shore, which was obliterated with the use of the plague. However, the final battle that I want to talk about is the battle at Enderhall. Both the Alliance and the
I like
Horde,
it.
they fought over this
They don't look as
territory, not
cheesy as
only
they
with each
used
other,
to.
but also with some of the remaining
They used to look
Scourge
very
forces.
cheesy.
The Alliance, they were led by the Death Knight Fasarion, while the Horde was led by Koltra Deathweaver. And those who've
They would,
made
like,
a Death
always
Knight
have
before know
blonde
that these
hair.
two are very friendly
The
towards each
guards, I
other.
swear.
They meet on the battlefield, and after taking out Dark Master Gandling together, they decide to retreat and regroup their
like
forces.
I've seen him,
Fasarion,
like, in
he warns
Fairbreeze
his
or
old
whatever.
friends
Guess
that
they
they are
just
brothers
changed
no
the ones
longer.
there.
Both of them, they've allied themselves with either the Alliance or the Horde, and eventually they will have to face each other on the battlefield for the fate of Enderhall. We're told not to say a word about their little arrangements, but Sylvanas is no fool. Disguised as Lindsay Ravenson, she sends adventurers on the quest to use her Valkyr and convert the local farmers into Forsaken troops. The Alliance also recruits and trains farmers to help with the battle, and these farmers attack first despite Fasarion's orders. It doesn't matter to Sylvanas though. She has seen enough of Coulter's weakness, and she sends out her own troops together with the Valkyr to take on the Alliance. Even though the Alliance was able to defeat the
Alliance.
Valkyr, the battle at Enderhall was still lost. There were simply too many troops for take the city, and the Forsaken had won. Despite their victory, Sylvanas was not pleased. The battle should have been over days ago when they defeated the Scourge, so she grabs Coltera and she sends him to the Undercity. Arthas apparently had failed with creating his Death Knight. Sylvanas found him to be far too weak, but when she's finished with him, his weakness will be gone. Unfortunately for us, this storyline is left unfinished. Fasarion says that he will go to Tearsfall to find out what happened to Coltera and to take on the Dark Lady, but so far we haven't heard a thing about this. Who knows
That's
what Sylvanas is doing with
tea.
Coltera in Undercity, but what we do know for certain is that the battle for Enderhall
I mean,
cost
he was
Sylvanas
trying
one
to
of her
defect
Valkyrie. The Alliance lost the city,
and help
but
the
Dark Lady is one
Alliance.
step closer to the afterlife she desperately wants to avoid. Now, after these events,
Like,
Sylvanas and the Forsaken would
are
take a
we
step
supposed
back
to
as the
be
story of
out
the Cataclysm
here
would focus
having
more on Thrall and the Dragon
mercy
aspects,
for
while Mr.
our
Pandaria
trade?
opened up
It's
with
like,
the bombing of
I-
Fenimore. War Chief Garrus Hellscream has the Horde.
How the hell is that evil when she has a rap sheet of not checking the people in her ranks and, you know, under her command? Why would you blame her for doing whatever with somebody that she found out was a possible traitor, like definite traitor if anything?
protect
Screaming.
Fedamore. He asked of them to
Screaming.
gather their armies, and Sylvanas sent some of her forces, led by Captain Frendis Farley. She didn't join the battle herself though, and as most of you know by now, the armies gathered were merely to draw out as many of the Alliance forces as they could, so they could wipe them all out with a single bomb created from the focusing iris.
Oh, that looks
This
so
was
cool.
one of the first steps of Garrosh using dishonorable tactics of him pissing off the other leaders of the Horde, and when he had his people assassinate Vol'jin, it was time for action.
Yeah.
Vol'jin led the rebellion against Garrosh and his true Horde, while the Alliance and the rest of the Horde leaders,
See,
they joined for the siege of
Vol'jin
Orgrimmar.
had to
During
do
the
that
siege, we see Sylvanas
because
herself during the Warlord Zayla
Sylvanas was
encounter,
pretty
and
much the
just
only
before the
person
encounter, she makes an interesting offer to
keeping him in
Lor'themar.
check
Bladefist Bay is fortified. By the sun, well,
and
we're getting
trying to go
slaughtered.
against him.
Heroes, port over to the
Seeing
docks and
how
take out their shore defenses. Put a stop to this
corrupt he
bloodshed.
was, and
I
how,
can
like,
raise
clearly
your
not
dead,
for the
Region
fucking
Lord.
Horde.
Your rangers can fight again.
Sylvanas,
And
you
this
will
piece
leave
of
our
shit
corpses
said no.
alone, or I will
I
deal with you
screamed during
here
that.
and now.
I'm sorry to see your lack of commitment.
Yep.
What of the human corpses?
Well, I suppose that's between you and the Alliance, isn't it?
Rise, my angels. Let your screams
So
fill the
you'd
streets
much
of
rather
Orgrimmar with terror.
raise
She offers to
Alliance
raise Lor'themar's
people
fallen
who
rangers,
weren't
Blood Elves, which
previously
implies that her Valkyr can resurrect more than just humans. Obviously,
fighting with
Lor'themar
you
doesn't want her anywhere near
and
their fallen,
let your
so
people
Sylvanas, she focuses her
continue
attention
fighting,
on Warlord Zayla.
but
After
instead
Garrosh is
raise
defeated,
other
a new
people.
war chief has to be appointed,
That's evil.
and Vol'jin steps up and he takes
Should've
on
just
the
let her
mantle of
raise your
war
own
chief.
people
Sylvanas doesn't
and then
object,
take the
but she does
fucking-
have her own things
for
to
the
say
people
about
who
it.
didn't
She
like
says
it,
the following:
you-
War chief
you
of
take the
Vol'jin.
fall for that.
Does it sound absurd to you?
Say we did
I,
what we
for
had to
one,
to win the
certainly
fight.
won't be taking orders from a troll, but he put this little coalition together and won the day. He's also proven to be impossible to kill. I admire that. Time to test what he's made of. Sylvanas obviously respects Vol'jin's strength, but she won't be taking orders. Lor'themar says, I find politics exhausting. I'm confident Vol'jin will take us where we need to go. Lor'themar glances over to Sylvanas, assuming he can hold this horde together. Lor'themar
they just,
knows
like,
what's up with Sylvanas.
let him be a
She's
puppet
offering to
while
raise
they
his
were
debt
just
now.
doing shit in
He
the
knows
background
that within the
anyways.
hordes, Sylvanas could become a severe problem, and he hopes that Vol'jin will be able to keep it all together. We're going to talk about the possible future for Sylvanas in just a moment. First, we have to cover the events in War Crimes. War Crimes takes place after the Siege of Orgrimmar, in which Garrosh is placed on trial. The August Celestials are his jury, Thoranzu is his judge, and the Horde and Alliance each have to present one member to either defend Garrosh or make clear that he deserves death. Sylvanas offers herself to be Garrosh the defender, since it's well known that she
That's
often disagreed
insane.
with Garrosh. The Alliance would never accuse her of going soft, but Vol'jin
That
declines
she
the offer.
stepped
They're looking
up
for
to be
someone
this
to
man's
defend
defender.
Garrosh, and Sylvanas, she would be a great accuser, but she couldn't offer Garrosh a fair defense, not the one the Celestials are looking for. In the end, it's decided that Tyrande becomes the accuser, while Bane needs to do his best to try and defend Garrosh.
Should've
Sylvanas
let
couldn't believe
Sylvanas
that they would
do
actually
it.
go with this farce of a
Bane
trial,
is
but
your other
Bane
choice?
actually
Are
did
you
his
fucking
best
kidding
to
me?
honor his war chief request and defend Garrosh. He did such a good job that Sylvanas lost her temper as they made their way out of courts. She even went as far as to call Bane a bootlicking Alliance sympathizer, but that's
That's
was
what they
one step
all
too
seem to
far.
be.
Bane, the powerful warrior, sees Sylvanas by her arm, and she realized that if he wanted to, he could snap her arm like a twig.
The fuck would it matter? Her body isn't part-
He said in a deep, calm voice. Nor do I lick boots. Vol'jin told Bane to let
That's what you tell
Sylvanas go,
yourself.
and he explained to Sylvanas that Bane was just doing what he, the war chief, had asked of him. Her wish of seeing Garrosh dead would
The
come.
war chief
She
who's
just had to
also
let
an
it come in its
Alliance
own
sympathizer.
time. But Sylvanas had no intention of sitting around and waiting. She knew that even the slightest chance of Garrosh getting away with his head on his shoulders was too much, so she started to think of a plan to make death come on her
But look,
terms.
Tarogar,
Just as
right?
she was pondering these thoughts, a messenger arrived giving her a scroll and a small package. Once we were on the same side, perhaps we can be again, was the message on the scroll. Inside the package, Sylvanas found a necklace similar to the one brought back to her by adventurers. The inscription was also similar to her own necklace, only this one was addressed to her younger sister. To Verisa, with love, Illyria.
The Windrunner reunion fans had waited for years had finally happened. Verisa had heard rumors about Sylvanas, of course, but she'd never truly dealt with it. The trial was the first time that the two Windrunner sisters locked eyes again, and Verisa had made contact for one simple reason, making sure that Garrosh would not survive the trial. The sisters met up at Windrunner Spire in the Ghostlands, where Verisa told Sylvanas that poison would be the best way to go. Garrosh was under heavy guard, so an assassin would not be able to reach him, but even prisoners have to eat. Sylvanas would supply the poison, while Verisa would put it in Garrosh's meal, but before any planning and scheming could happen, Sylvanas had to know. She had to know why Verisa, who had married a human, had found a home with the Alliance, was now going against the very laws upheld by that faction. Verisa tried to lie at first, tried to hide away from the real reason, but eventually the truth came out. He took my Ronin. That was all. That was everything. Yep. Sylvanas stepped forward and embraced her sister, and Verisa clung to her like the drowning woman she was. Sylvanas and Verisa made their plans to poison Garrosh, and as they did, they grew closer. Sylvanas felt emotions she hadn't felt in years, and she realized that she'd been very lonely. One day, she even asked Verisa to join her in the Undercity. Together, they could make their own laws and crush any who would stand in their way. Verisa actually accepted Sylvanas' offer, but what she didn't know was that Sylvanas planned on killing her and bringing her back to life.
That's the only way.
Be willing to follow the orders from one of the living, and in death, Verisa would see the world as Sylvanas did. They would never have to be lonely again, and at first, Verisa seemed to be more than willing to join Sylvanas in the Undercity, until she remembered her two children. She'd been so focused on getting revenge that she didn't stop to think that the Undercity would be no place for her two growing boys. They would have to be left behind, and it would be the memory of her two sons that would ruin all their plans.
Yep.
Verisa had poisoned Garrosh's meal,
and it's
just as they
not
had planned,
fair to
but when she made her way
because,
back,
like,
she
all
ran
of
into
that was
Anduin,
ripped
who
away
was just
from
about
her.
to go
She never
and
had the
talk with
opportunity
Garrosh. Anduin
to
reminded
in
Verisa
life
of her
start a
sons, and she saw this
family and
moment
get
as
married
the
and
light
everything
being
like
at
that.
work. She told Anduin that she had poisoned Garrosh's meal, and it was up to him to decide whether or not to warn him. With that information, she left Anduin behind, and she made her way back to Dalaran to hold her two beautiful boys, and naturally, Anduin did the only thing he could. He slapped a bowl of food out of Garrosh's hands just before he was about to eat. It was up to the Celestials to decide what to do with Garrosh, and poison like this was not the way to go. A messenger was sent by Anduin to Verisa with the news what he had done, and she said, "Tell him Ronin thanks him." Sylvanas was also informed about her sister's action, and she wasn't as pleased. She felt betrayed by her little sister, and she rode out into the forest to vent her frustration to murder any that were unlucky enough to cross her path. Sylvanas fell to her knees, she buried her face in her hands, and she wept like a broken child who had lost everything. Little moon. Gradually, the sobbing ceased, and the familiar peace of coldness drove out the heated hurting. Sylvanas rose, licking blood from her lips. She should have known the pain she had felt at first, when she dared foolishly permit herself to hope for something different for what she had now, to feel something for another, to feel love again. It had been a warning that she was no longer made for feelings such as hope or love or trust or joy. These things were for the living. These things were for the weak. In the end, they would slip through her fingers, trickling away like the violet remnants of Jaina Proudmoore's apprentice Kindy, and she would be left alone, again and always. Calmed now through her tears and slaughter, she remounted her horse. Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen of the Forsaken, would never again make the mistake of believing she could love.
Children of the grave, heed my call. In life, we suffered unspeakable tragedies. We watched as our homes were razed to the ground. We cried out in agony as our families were cut down before our eyes. Finally, in the face of such atrocities, we were denied even the release of death. Now, we burn this wicker man as a symbol of our victory against old enemies. We paint our faces with the ash to send a message to new enemies. A declaration to those who fear and revile us as monsters. To those who would question our place in this world, we are not monsters. We are not the mindless wretches of a ghoul army. No! We are a force even more terrifying. We are a chill in a coward's spine. We are the instruments of an unyielding ire. We are the Forsaken. Plans? Little old me? What sort of plans could I possibly have?
We left the full version at the Warlords of Draenor time periods, where Sylvanas, she didn't play a major part while dealing with the Iron Horde on alternate Draenor. Then, to some shock and surprise, it was not War Chief Vol'jin leading the charge onto the Broken Shore to try and stop the biggest Legion invasion as of yet. Rather, it was the Banshee Queen featured in that awesome cinematic.
Yeah.
But from you,
So happy she
I
got
have
her
learned
place.
patience, tolerance, and faith.
The Alliance and Horde have decided to work together on
She
this one,
deserved
with our initial
every
strike
single
force
second
soon
of
backed
that
up by others,
cinematic.
including Heroes of Azeroth. Time is of the essence though, but unknown to all is that this is a death trap. There is no way that we can win while the portal at the Tomb of Sargeras is still active.
We'll take the ridge and cover your flank.
Sylvanas, thank you.
Good luck, Varian.
And you.
As the Alliance confronts Gul'dan and the demons directly down below, the Horde, they try to cover their flank, but like I said, the might of the Legion, it's simply too much.
There are too many of them.
Everyone, pull back to me! We make our stand here!
It's like, what is there to do? Go in and die with everybody? She decided to pull everybody out and save so many Horde people's lives. Because Vol'jin didn't know when to call it. Again, another person not willing to take the fall. Like he says it once he's dying. Oh, okay, tell everybody to fall back. Bitch, the fuck? You couldn't do that while you were breathing? So everybody wouldn't blame her? Oh, but no, it's just so convenient, isn't it?
Get Windrunner's archers to clear the skies!
Literally doing as she was told. Sorry, you were too incompetent to understand the threat.
I knew we couldn't trust her.
Again,
And
it's
it's like
clearly
all
not
blame on
forgotten
her.
how Sylvanas
All
and the
blame on her
Forsaken
when the
took
dying
the city and took his son's
troll
life.
told her
He
what to
knew
do.
that trusting her, working together with the Horde, that it was a
Again,
big mistake.
she could have been
And
on
here,
your faction.
His worst fears are realized. A few years later, and
By
Lynn
the
would
way-
actually meet up with Sylvanas, ask her if she betrayed his father, if what went down here was a planned move. And
Oh.
Sylvanas stiffened, and Dwyn's heart sped up, slamming against his chest. It was not a question that he had intended to ask, but it was the one he needed. He had to know. Had to know if Gen Greymane was right. If Sylvanas had set up his father and the Alliance army to die. Later, she would question her choice in responding. But in this moment, she had no desire to offer falsehood. Varian Rin's destiny was set in stone, little lion. The Legion's numbers would have seen to that. Whatever choice I made that day.
Exactly.
His blue eyes searched hers for the lie, and he found none. That doesn't take away that at this moment, some amongst the Alliance, like Gen and Jaina Proudmoore, they're pretty pissed at the Horde, seemingly abandoning them on the Broken Shore, and they're out for
It's y'all's
blood.
fault.
Meanwhile, the Horde is spending their last moments with War Chief Vol'jin. A
Yeah,
war
we
chief
lost
that
ours too.
sadly got to do very little for the story before the demons took him out.
Windrunner, come forward.
And then further appoints her to be basically just
Lower
more of a
spirit,
scapegoat.
say
She didn't ask for it.
will claim me soon.
She didn't ask to be appointed as war chief.
In the end, death claims us all. But the Horde will live on.
I have never trusted you. Nor would I have ever
I don't trust
imagined
you, but anyways, I'm
in our
appointing you leader.
darkest
Like, what the fuck?
that you would be the one to save
Yeah,
us.
because at least there's some sort of cosmic forces that are on our side.
Spirits have granted me
Everybody
clarity,
completely
a vision.
against her.
They whisper a name.
The only fucking smart person in the entire faction.
But you must step out of the shadows and lead. You must be what
Shock Pikachu face in the subtitle.
Vol'jin is dead. Who among you will help me avenge him?
And avenge him we
It's
did by
literally what
forming mighty
she's
order
best
halls,
at.
claiming
Y'all
artifacts
want
of legends, and
vengeance?
taking the battle to the Burning Legion. But not with a
Sylvanas
whole lot
on
of
the
aid
case.
from now War Chief Sylvanas.
Taken care
Our
of.
Banshee Queen, she has her own plans in mind, which we learned from intel found in Azuna. The ship, Queen's Reprisal, was planned to go for Stormheim, but it ended up in a massive storm. And, well, you know, we can see its ultimate fate. The log we find here mentions that the Banshee Queen is going to steal the very power of the V or herself. Intel that's covered up if you do it on the Horde side, or it's brought straight to Lord Greymane when done on the Alliance. And it would be in Stormheim, where the little remnants of the Alliance and Horde conflict played out. The power of the V, that most likely means the power to create more Valkyr. Her bargain with those 9 Valkyr, that is what's keeping her out of Hell. Some of them had to already honor their bargain, take Sylvanas' place in Hell when she died. Now the power to create more Valkyr, it could potentially mean the power to have infinite bonus lives. Or at the very least, it would grant her the power to create more Forsaken. As their race, they're unable to reproduce. So are they destined to just wither away into nothing?
No. The Forsaken will never stop fighting. Not while I reign. Not when there are still beings out there with the power to stop death.
Another cool thing that the Valkyr can do is reshape the body, make it stronger and more
And that's
enduring.
the other thing too,
That's
is
the
like,
reason why our
if
boy
there's
Nephanos
basically
got his
no
updated
Lich
model.
King,
There were always rumors
and like
of
there's a bunch
affection
of
and
just
deeper
wandering
feelings between
Scourge,
Nephanos and Sylvanas.
shouldn't there be
and those
somebody
rumors, they've all
going
been pretty much
around,
confirmed
wrapping
in a
them
short
up,
story called Dark Mirror.
using
it talks
them?
about the time while they were still alive, the love between them. How Nephanos was one of the first that she sought out to free from the Lich King's control. And now, this limited ability of her Valkyr, it's used on Blightcaller specifically to keep her champion strong, to keep her champion at her side.
For the Dark Lady.
Our adventure takes us into Stormheim, where the Alliance, it seizes its opportunity to attack. We join Nephanos as we try to track down Sylvanas again, but it turns out that she doesn't want us to follow her. Instead, we're told to focus on our main mission, which takes us all the way into Helheim, a domain ruled by Helya. Helheim is a form
Hell
of
yeah.
afterlife for the Vrykul, but not one that you really want to find yourself in. Whereas the greatest of the Vrykul, they get the party in the halls of valor, the unworthy, they're pulled down here. Being amongst the spirits of the dishonorable, it's not a great place to find yourself. So we set out to meet up with Helya in an attempt to convince her to let us go back to the living world. And it's there where we find the Banshee Queen herself.
Remember our bargain, Banshee. Do not dare cross me.
Ah, my loyal hero. You must not languish here. The Aegis cannot fall into enemy hands. The future of the Horde depends on you and me. Find your way back to Stormheim. I will be waiting. What have we here? Another one of Greymane's mercenaries?
Even back then, we wondered what this deal was all about. And to this day, the full details of their bargain, it hasn't been explained. We know that she was given a soul cage by Helya, one that will show up in just a moment. But we're not exactly sure what Helya wanted in return, nor did it come up later in the expansion. Maybe she wasn't really in a talking mood, since we did confront Helya and defeat her in the Trial of Valor. Potentially a bargain that could play its part in the story in the future. But at this very moment, we need to fight our way out of Helheim, and then we prove our worth to gain entry
Yeah,
for
then
the
it's
Dark
like maybe she
Lady's
just
true
didn't have to
prize.
fulfill
What is
the
this?
bargain since
The
Helya's
hero of
dead.
Helheim seeks entrance to the vault? I know your worth. I will grant you an audience with Aegir. You may proceed, but know that Aegir may not regard you as I do. Seek your fate in the vault, champion. May Aegir be your wings.
This Aegir is a Titan Watcher, one with the capability of transforming those found worthy into the Valkyr. It's the power to create more of them. The path is open for Sylvanas to claim her prize, while Greymane and the Alliance, they quickly go after her in an attempt to stop her.
Treacherous banshee! You know not what you are meddling with!
Submit. The Valkyr are mine.
What a creeper.
Your quest for immortality has left you vulnerable. I will have my vengeance!
And it's like he's holding on to a vengeance that is like not even real. It's fucking delusional. Stupid dog. Fighting for people who are literally the reason for your curse.
It seems I overestimated you. Old wolf.
Oh shoot, an arrow! Did Greymane lose? The subtitle.
You took my son's future. And now, I've taken yours.
She's had her future taken from her many times. It don't matter, bud. You're just another fucking...
And that's pretty much where the faction conflict ended within Legion.
Hey.
Greymane has prevented Sylvanas from
Peace
enslaving
in the
Aegir,
fucking
but
pile.
not completely without taking damage. He will need some time to heal from the poison, while Sylvanas regrets that they underestimated Greymane's tenacity. But Aegir cannot hide for long. She will hunt her through the very halls of Valor she must, which suggests that the Banshee Queen wasn't quite ready to give up on collecting Aegir's power. Again, all of this never really played out. A major faction war in the expansion that was taking towers from one another. Instead, the world focused its
I think it
attention
kinda
on defeating
did,
that burning
resulting
legion,
in
a
Sylvanas
quest
feeling
that took them
bold
all the way
enough
to the
to,
planet of Argus, rescuing the
rip the
Titans
helmet
themselves
open. She must
and
have done
imprisoning
something
the
that made her
Dark
feel
Lord of the
comfortable
Legion,
enough to go do that and stop
but not
getting
before he took his
Aegir's
massive
power.
sword and plunged it into the world. Azeroth is wounded, not just the planet, but also the Titan spirit slumbering inside. All across its surface, Azerite pops up, a brand new resource that's going to...
This will change everything.
I told you!
But before we get the Battle for Azeroth and the Fourth War, there were a couple of events that happened before all of that. For the longest of time, fans have wanted to see a Windrunner reunion. Illyria, Verisa and Sylvanas meeting up again, and that wish was finally granted with the Three Sisters comic. Illyria, being the eldest, she had left them behind to join Trevelyan and the Alliance of Lordaeron into Outlands. Her statue stands in the Valley of Heroes with a message from Sylvanas herself before she was turned. Illyria and Trevelyan, they would return into the story during Legion, with the Windrunner sister now controlling the powers of the Void. Powers that constantly whispered to her, try to wrestle control and have her give in. And for Verisa, she fell in love with the human Ronin and had 2 children with him. This is the husband that she lost at Fedamore. Together with Sylvanas, plans were made to murder Garrosh for this. Plans that Verisa eventually backed out of, which Sylvanas did not appreciate. quite a lot has happened to the Windrunner sisters, and the void that's whispering to Illyria, it tells her that this one is dangerous, that Sylvanas is a threat and must be ended. Beware
See?
this one.
And
She
then it's
seeks
like,
the death of all things, all possibility.
that's so interesting. So combined with what she sees when she even attempts to accept undeath, and for some reason not seeming to be able to, because it's just she sees some sort of horrors, things that she does not see in reality, that were not in the living world. So it's like the void, it's like it's the gods or something is what she fucking sees. And then it's like Illyria has these voices of the void in her head begging her to end her sister. And it's like, if you ask me, it seems like she's the savior of everything.
End her.
If it
threat.
seems like the fucking
Murder
Void
her.
Lords are
Murder
begging
her.
you to end
Save
her.
yourself and murder her. Save the world and murder her. But the whispers are ignored. Then they play a little game. 2 truths and a lie. 2 statements that ring true, and one of them is a falsehood. With Sylvanas, her first statement is that there are times that she wishes she was still alive. Second, that she is proud to be war chief of the Horde. The third and final one, that she would never betray her sisters. But unlike the others, the Dark Lady does not reveal which one of those is false or which one is the truth. She holds her cards close to her chest, and we do know that she doesn't care a whole lot about the Horde. So that could have been her lie. That would mean that she sometimes wishes that she was still alive, and that she would never betray her sisters.
Yeah.
Except at the end of the comic, we discover that Sylvanas actually had an ambush waiting for her sisters, yet she didn't give the signal to
She
attack.
wants them to be undead
Possibly
with her.
because Verissa actually acknowledged and apologized for screwing her over with that whole garage thing, or it's because ultimately they will serve her anyways. They will all serve death. Yet the point stands that she was willing to betray her sisters. That could be used to argue that all of her statements were nonsense, just to mess with her sisters' heads. Or, since she didn't betray her sisters, that the statement
She
still
sees
rings true.
it at that
would
point,
mean
though.
that the other
It could be very easy to see that bringing them to undeath may be the only way she saves them, because she's fully aware of the power of the void. And by seeing Illyria using it, and maybe she understands that power, that's even more sinister and dangerous than any of the power that she wields with undeath
statement
and
to be
dead,
true
whatever.
is that she wishes she was still alive. Who knows, really? It's a weird mind game. Then, in Before the Storm, the book that plays out before the storm of war swept over Azeroth once again, we read about Anduin and Sylvanas setting up a meeting to reunite Forsaken with their still living loved ones. An initiative that came from now King Anduin Rin.
Yeah.
A plan that Sylvanas wasn't initially down with, but Naphanos was able to convince her.
Well, it's what should have
You could
happened
use
from the
this to your
beginning.
advantage, Naphanos said. Rumor has it that many Forsaken wish their next death to be their last death. They do not wish to keep existing, and one reason commonly cited is that they want to be with those that they loved while they lived. Sylvanas turned her head to him slowly, considering his words. If you authorize this experience, this reconnection with people that they loved in life, and presented to them as something that you have generously granted them, perhaps they will be more amenable to accepting your solution, finding ways to keep the Forsaken as a race from going extinct. It is fraternizing with the enemy, Sylvanas said, letting them interact with life and the living. Perhaps, but even so, it is only for a single day. Give them this hope, this moment with people they thought they'd never see again. Then I hold power to their happiness, at least in this aspect, she finished. Or they might decide that they hate the living and be all the more devoted to their Dark Lady. Either way, Sylvanas would win. And so, under strict rules and supervision, the meeting took place within the Arathi Highlands. It went surprisingly well, all things considered. Forsaken and the living reconnecting, sharing tales, or just being in each other's presence. It went so well, in fact, that some of them never wanted this day to end. They did not wish to return to the Undercity at all, so when they recognized one of the priests as being Kalia Menethil, Kalia being the sister to Arthas Menethil, now living her life as a priest and just there to supervise the meeting, they reached out to her. They asked her to stand with them as they defected from the Dark Lady, and she did.
Yeah, but
shouting
the
to them to
humans
head
still
for
don't
the keep,
accept
to
you.
run away. And Sylvanas,
That's
she didn't
the
need a
issue.
whole lot more reason
Like,
to
she's
unleash
literally
her
trying to help
archers,
you see
being careful and
these
smart
people.
enough to not slay
Yeah, they're so
any of
happy
the
to have
alliance
you.
that
Why
day.
didn't they
She
accept you
wasn't
into the
quite ready
faction
for
in the
that war
beginning?
yet, but
Look
the
what you could have
Forsaken,
had.
those that dared to run away, and even those that
But-
tried to come back to her, they were all
That's their
slaughtered.
fault, not hers.
Thanos, normally following her every lead, he was shocked and asked her what she was doing. Some of them were running back here for safety. They were, she agreed. But how much of that was out of fear? How tempted were they until that point? She shook her head. No, Nephanos, I cannot take the risk.
Nope.
The only desolate council members that I trust are the ones who returned to me early on, broken and bitter, truly desolate. All the others, I cannot allow that sentiment, that hope to grow. It is an infection ready to spread. I have to
Because
cut it
they're
out.
only leading
And
themselves
slowly
to
he
their own
nodded his
doom.
head. But there was one human who paid the price that day. Kalia Menethil was personally shot down by the Banshee Queen,
As she
as she
deserved.
did not belong to the Alliance. Not exactly the end of her tale though, as she would later be resurrected in the light, with the aid of the Naru, Anduin and Alonce's Fowl. The Menethil is still alive, but the meeting in Arafi, it was a disaster. There would be no more loved ones reconnecting, and the seeds of peace between the factions that Anduin had tried to grow. Well, the boy king realizes that he's been like a farmer, expecting to harvest crops from a poisoned field.
Yeah.
It's simply not possible.
It's not.
People can change, but some people will never desire to do so.
Yep.
Sylvanas Windrunner is one of those.
No, she's
I
not.
believe
That's the
that
fucking.
Anduin Rin, that Sylvanas Windrunner is well and truly lost. You know you've pushed things far
Oh,
if
my
even
lord.
Anduin gives up on you. But not even the little
It's
lion
somehow
could
her
have
fault
foreseen how
that
far the
people are
Banshee
too
Queen was going
delusional to
take
see the
things.
truth.
It is time to use that
That's
Azrael,
crazy.
kick the faction war into overdrive.
Alliance
knew
people
that she was
really
going to need
love to
someone else on her
play
side.
fucking
Someone that the honorable
mental
horde would follow into battle.
gymnastics
So
on that.
she had to convince Varrock
That's
Sourfang that this
insane.
was the way to go.
That's
Not an easy
so
task to
much
start
mental
another war after
gymnastics
just having dealt with
to
the
push
Legion.
blame.
Already, they had seen so much loss, and she was no garage. Why did she want to throw the horde into the meat grinder once again? But her reasoning was sound. They might have established bonds right now, but how long would peace with the
Clearly.
Alliance actually last? Would it be a year?
Like, I'm
2,
sure
5,
Anduin
maybe
sees
10
it that
or
way,
50?
but stating it like
If
it's
history
fact
has shown
is
them
just
anything,
ridiculous.
is that the Alliance and Horde are really good at starting fights with one another. There's a lot of history.
Oh,
a lot of
really?
bad
Are-
blood. But what if?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. What game were we playing? Oh, that's crazy. Wait. Oh, were we playing World of Peacecraft? Like, what the fuck?
They could actually destroy the Alliance and secure peace for generations to come.
Yeah,
Not
that would
by
be
a
great.
1,000 victories, but simply one. Destroy them from within.
Yep.
Then they could strike peace with the individual nations, carve them away from the Alliance piece by piece.
Imagine.
The genius of Sylvanas' strategy, it won Saurfang over. Their plan was to invade Darkshore, occupy Teldrassil so that the Alliance couldn't retaliate, take out a leader of the Night Elves, to inflict the wounds that could never heal,
It would never work.
create a
The
time
issue
of
with that
despair,
is anyone
and wound a
stupid
battle
enough.
that would bleed.
So you're telling me it was she I would play people too if they're stupid enough to believe there's anything you can do to this faction to make them accept the people they've been fighting against. There's nothing that will make them bend and break to understand their wrongs. Burn the tree.
Fester, decay, and rot the Alliance from the inside out.
Do it again.
A brilliant plan, and everything did seem to be working out for the Hordes. Even the Night Elves, they were just evacuating the tree, preparing for occupation.
Look, she let so many people
Saurfang,
leave.
He went looking for the war chief, who was in the midst of battle with Malfurion Stormrage. One hit from the back. It was all it took to make her dreams come true. She had everything that she had desired from this invasion right in front of her. All she had to do was claim Malfurion's life. But for some reason, she decided not to. Instead, she passed on the job to Saurfang, who decided not to take the killing blow. His strike had been
She wanted for
disputable, so he decided-
one fucking time to not be a scapegoat. Imagine Because all the other times, these war chiefs and kings, everybody leaves it up to her to have to do what seems to be the horrible thing, but needs to be done. So for one time, she's like, go ahead. How about you know what? Instead of me doing this, why doesn't somebody else do this shit for once?
Returning empty-handed to his war chief. Now, their wounds would heal. Even in this dark hour, they would say, Elune still watches over us. And that was almost certainly true, wasn't it? Elune had intervened. Perhaps
bitch, at this point, Elune's fucking corrupt old god.
And she wouldn't be the only force beyond
That's what I
the
fucking
Alliance
believe.
to oppose Sylvanus' true objective.
Thing is sick.
And her anger grew cold. She had known that this would happen. It had simply come sooner than expected. That was all. She had to think of a new way to inflict the wound
stuck without
that the death
honor.
of their leader
I
was
don't
supposed to
deserve
cause.
Hope you will Warcraft, but I'm not willing to bring an end to the Alliance. Burn it! Look at the subtitles!
You'll soon join your loved ones. I grieve for you.
Oh, finally?
You make life your enemy.
Oh.
And that is a war you never win.
No.
You can kill us.
The issue with it, you dumbass night elves, is life made its enemy out of her. That's the fucking problem. And so, God forbid you fight back.
But you cannot kill hope.
I'll burn it. Use it against you. How about stop taking advantage of the person who first wanted to fight on your side in the beginning anyways? Oh? No? I don't like that? Alright. It's a heavy price to pay. Make the Horde great again.
There is no honor in this.
There was no honor when they didn't let me join their faction.
All of them.
After I defended a kingdom until my last breath. That's what I would have turned around and said.
Prepare the blight. Let it rain down upon their armies.
There must be another way, War Chief.
This is no time for
It's fucking
sentiment,
war!
my lord. War demands that we take a more direct approach.
It's like, I just don't get it that the only person in World of Warcraft is the Banshee Queen who wants to actually wage war. But that's the criminal. That's criminal.
It's killing her own troops.
Well, we would have lost and died if not. So you're killing her troops. Wait, hold on. Anduin, you're killing her troops. Let's. But what? I don't understand. What the fuck are we here for? I don't know. Oh.
She's raising their bodies. We must evacuate the wounded.
The blight is too dangerous, my king. We cannot afford to...
Oh, y'all don't want to become like us?
Soldier behind.
Oh.
Not
damn.
This time.
My king, our siege towers are lost. Our numbers are waning.
Oh, your numbers are waiting? It's okay, you're just gonna go home and fucking reproduce. Must be nice. Sorry. Can't hear you over my soul being siphoned out of my body from the Lich King that came from the humans. You know, the guy you guys let, right?
Our Our salt
Sorry.
has been for nothing.
Can't hear you over the sound of Undeath, Anduin. It's really fucking hard. But, you know, you got Jaina fucking dumb sprocket over here, always to interrupt and save the day.
Jaina.
I got plot armor because the true war chief of the Horde likes me. Oh well. Do you guys know the power of wet pussy? Let me show you. Right here. Now we're gonna unleash cannons on everyone too. So like if anyone was still possibly alive after that.
End this
Keep moving! So good of you to finally show up, High Overlord.
Oh yeah.
I had to see it for myself. Was this your plan all along? Is this how you meant to achieve victory?
Or were you planning to lose?
Honorless travesty?
It sounds
Honor
like
means
your
nothing
plan
to
was
a corpse,
to lose
Sawfang.
and let
You
the
have
Horde
luxury of
just die
underestimating
en
death.
masse to these
But it
alliance.
is something with which I am intimately familiar. Maybe you don't care if your people die so long as it's honorable.
Yeah, that's the
But to
thing.
me,
That's
this
literally
Horde
it
is
right
worth
there.
saving.
Like, imagine how many of the Horde that she saved by constantly making these small sacrifices because nobody else wants to. Think about how many fucking battles would have been lost.
Anyone who disagrees does not deserve
It'd just be
to
taking
stand
L
amongst.
after L. Nobody else seems to
So
have
die
any
your
bright
warrior's
ideas.
death, High
No good
Overlord Sawfang.
armies.
It means
No
little to
sources of
me.
power.
Perhaps I will raise your
Blood elves
broken
don't even
body
seem to
serve
show
me
up to
once
half
more.
this shit.
Or perhaps
Lord Theramaw's
you will have a chance to
constantly
say
trying to
hello
pussy
your
out,
son.
and she's gotta fucking threaten him to make him show up for y'all.
You are invited to bear witness to
And
the
then you're like,
grand
oh, we don't
finale.
like your plans and ideas. Y'all just want to lose. Y'all just literally don't want to even fight for your own faction. Oh, honor and glory and loss.
It is the death he wanted. If that troubles you, you're free to join him. Or you can tend to the living. The choice is yours.
Period.
For the Horde.
Yeah, that, I mean, if you think that, why don't you just go start saying for the Alliance?
What must be done. Go, my champion.
The subtitles, ow you tease, I shall do the thing for you, my dark lady. Always and forever. Can I kiss your boots by chance? What the fuck? Oh, playing the Arthas cutscene and then him walking through as well. How they made it similar. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even really fully notice that.
The boy's playing soldier.
Our king just routed your army.
Muzzle your dog, your majesty.
Sylvanas Windrunner, you have led the Horde to a place without honor.
You would have led us
Lord
to
Iran
death.
is
We were
ours.
fighting.
It's over.
Your father would be so proud. Is that his? You've gotten it all bloody.
Only one of us wanted this war.
You call for peace when it suits you, little lion.
Yep.
But you're quick enough to kill.
I should have killed you when last.
And you got voices in your head from the
rude,
fucking
sister.
old gods.
You're a guest in
And
my
you're gonna
home.
enslave everybody, you dumb blonde
Desecrate
bitch.
that throne with your filth.
You put the torch to Teldrassil. But I failed those who burned.
You fucking did. Finally, somebody takes some fucking accountability. Instead of blaming her completely.
Or die.
Like, goddamn, speak about honor. Holy shit. It's the boy king is the only one who's got any. Get rocked.
You've won nothing.
Let me just pull out my plot armor real quick.
Despite throwing plan upon plan, trap upon trap against the Alliance, Sylvanas, she's unable to take them out. She just keeps
She's
on
still
failing
always, like,
until
7
ultimately
steps ahead,
she
though.
decides to blow up the entire city, but not even that does the job. She's also showing the Horde that she is a war chief who cares little for honor and all about results.
That's
This
the
moment right
point.
here, it would set the tone for the rest of Battle for Azeroth. The war chief doing whatever it takes to get the job done. Plans failing, more and more voices rising up, that she is taking him down a dark path, one that the Horde should not, cannot follow. But not all of the Horde agrees with the mindset. Players were actually given a choice to stand with the Banshee Queen during the expansion. Some small choices here and there as to where your true loyalty lies, and while it didn't have a major impact on the overall story,
That's what I
it will
loved
probably
about
not
Battle
have
for
any major
Azeroth, giving me, like,
implications
a little
later
bit of a
down the line.
choice.
It was still nice to at least have a little bit of agency over
Yeah.
your allegiance, especially when you compare it to the days of
Me
Garrosh
too,
Hellscream.
yeah.
Back then, a lot of players wanted to side with the war chief, and they simply couldn't. At least this time around, there was somewhat of a choice. So, in quick overview as to what went down during Battle for Azeroth with relation to Sylvanas. After the Siege of Lordaeron, there were new allies recruited. The Horde teamed up with the Zandalari trolls after rescuing their princess from the Stormwind Stockades, and they partied in Zandalar. This allegiance, it threw them right into the war with the Alliance, and during the battle for the Zara Lord,
It just further war with the
took out the King
Alliance,
Rastakhan,
because,
which
you
meant
know,
that Princess Talanji now became
they
Queen
sit there
Talanji.
and dismantle
Unknowns to
us
her was that her father
while
had
attacking
made a bargain
us,
with Bul Samdi, the
and then
Loa of
continue
Death.
warring
The
with
Loa would
us.
stand with the king,
And
empower him,
Jaina
but
acts
only
like
if his
she fucking
bloodline,
cares
all those that
about
succeeded
people's
him,
lives,
would keep this bargain
and only
to
shows
serve
up to
Bul
fuck
Samdi
shit up.
in life and in death. So with the passing of Rastakhan, that deal now passed on to his daughter as well.
Well, since you be so eager to get rid of me, I got a new deal for you.
This is one of the coolest things of that
Bring
expansion.
me the head of the Horde's war
Doing all
chief,
those quests
and I'd be
made me, like,
forgetting
so happy.
all
It was, like, so
about
cool.
your father's bargain.
Oh, by the Lord.
Yeah, see, all the things that Undeath want her dead.
No. The Horde stood beside us
Wow, we
when
stand
all
Talanji.
seemed lost. I will not repay them with betrayal.
That's your final answer?
Sorry, Bwamsamdi.
It is. My freedom is not worth my honor.
Knowing what we know now,
See,
perhaps
and there
she
it is
should have taken
again.
that new deal. Although you could argue that
Another
this was just
strong woman in World of Warcraft having to make that sinister choice between freedom and honor, and other people seeing that on the outside and going, oh, you didn't make this decision, or you did make this decision, and by thus you're evil because you didn't have honor. You know what the fucking ulterior was? Sorry, but fuck your honor. We're supposed to win. We're supposed to be free. We're supposed to, you know, results.
test from Bul Samdi. Then in Darkshore, the Night Elves would find the strength to retaliate. Through the Whisperwind, she went through
Because
an
the Alliance
incredibly
are not going to
dangerous
give up
ritual
until
to
they
invoke the
desecrate
dark
all
side
of the
Elune.
Horde off
She became the
Azeroth.
Night Warrior in a quest for
They
vengeance.
don't want
Great
to
power
share the
was bestowed
planet
upon the priestess of
with the
Elune, enough
orcs,
so
the
to kick the Horde
Tauren,
out of their
the
lands,
trolls,
take out one of
the
Sylvanas'
undead,
Valkyr.
the
But
goblins,
not before her forces were able to
the
convert some of the Night
Nightborn.
Elves
They don't
into
want to
Dark
share.
Rangers. The priest artifact from Legion, which is called Zealotov,
Oh,
it showed up again, guiding heroes of the world
Like,
to the loving embrace of the old god N'Zoth. This old god, he wants to break out of its prison, and he has Horde players bring the blade to Sylvanas, which they do for some reason.
See,
This
yeah,
blade,
for
it
some
provides the War Chief
reason.
with
Like,
a
what do
new
you mean
plan
for
of
some
attack.
reason? Because I bet you she is the only mortal being who's ever had full understanding of what the true threat has been the entire time. That because when she dies, when she accepts, like, actually being dead and in her undeath, I just feel like maybe that's not the shit. I don't think she's, like, dying and just seeing the same fucking version of hell everyone else sees. I think she knows, like, that's what's trying to, like, make everybody succumb and end everything. And it's in
To
people's
wipe
heads
out
like her
not
fucking
only the
sister.
Alliance, but also the rising voices of resentment amongst the Horde. An allegiance is formed with Azora, Queen of the Naga, and supposed ally to N'Zoth.
Yeah, look at all these powerful beings that he has made offers to. And all of the things she's seemingly done to combat his power.
We have a bargain.
I just feel like that's
I
the
will
answer.
bring both fleets crashing to the ocean floor, and your champion will deliver the dagger to me.
And in turn, you will have the key required to free the old god from his bonds and leave him vulnerable.
You wound me, War Chief. After all, I am as dedicated to my master as you are to your subjects.
Indeed. Just to be certain that once you have what you need, you dispose
See,
of your
she knew.
guests. Let none of the heroes escape.
I admire your ruthlessness, Windrunner. It seems our interests are aligned. At present.
At present.
Treacherous Banshee. Do you think I am blind to the darkness you seek to unleash?
Only I can save this world.
But neither Nashatar nor Azora would be able to stop the heroes of the world. Not when they're working together again. We were manipulated in unwillingly helping the old god N'Zoth escape from its prison.
Yup.
Now that's a threat that the world would vanquish as well. But in the case of Sylvanas, we see that the Horde has found the body of Derek Proudmoore, who is the brother of Jaina Proudmoore, who died quite a few years ago while defending the world against the first Horde. The corpse is resurrected by Sylvanas with the plan of warping his mind, twisting him into a puppet, and then send him back home to deal damage from within. A plan that crosses the line for Bane Bloodhoof. He finally
Fuck you,
decides
Bane!
that enough is enough, and under the cover of darkness, he liberates Derek to bring him back to his sister.
Why?
The Horde has a sickness in it.
Fucking Alliance sympathizer.
War while the Earth Mother dies.
And this bitch has killed so many of your people. She's straight up murdered tons of your people. That's why your dad had to join with the orcs. But, you know. What truly fucking matters, right, Bane?
Bear it no longer.
Sylvanas will kill you for this. And
Should she
may
not?
Stop with you.
You just collaborated with the enemy.
It's worth living if we cannot be true to our nature.
Death was not the price
Your traitorous
that Bane would
nature?
pay for his betrayal. Not when he could be used for bait. Jaina, Maphia Shaw, Thrall, and even Sourfang, they moved out to rescue the leader of the Tarn within Orgrimmar. Sourfang was not slain during the siege of Lordaeron. Anduin had decided to imprison him until it became clear that in order to stop the Banshee Queen, they were going to have to work together. In secret,
You know, we gotta have to work
Saurfang has moved
together
about,
because this is a
avoiding
World of
loyalists
Warcraft,
as
but we're
assassins
not
alike.
actually
He was
like
the
the
one that
Alliance
convinced
for
Fro to come back from
Zorin.
Outlands and stand with the
Because
Horde
somebody
once
wanted
more.
like the gift of friendship to be the fucking main
feels wrong.
story or something. I don't
Sylvanas must
fucking
have known we were
know.
coming.
Indeed she did, traitor. You and Lady Proudmoore.
Despite this being an obvious trap, we are still able to fight our way out of there. Plan upon plan,
Yeah,
and they
because,
just
you know, we
keep
have
on
wet
failing.
pussy plot armor.
The events here and the
You
events
know.
in Nashatar, it has showed the Alliance and the Horde that, as usual, working together, it brings them far greater profits than standing alone. They gather their forces and make ready for
So
another
then why
siege of
does the
Orgrimmar.
I'm sorry.
Meanwhile,
I'm sorry. Alliance, why does the Horde exist? I'm sorry, could the Alliance just refresh my memory? I'm sorry. I just seem to, you know, oh, that's crazy. For some reason, I have this, you know, memory of, like, time after time them refusing to work together when asked, and tons of people dying for it. Result of multiple of these wars, like 5 now in total. The whole reason for the Horde having to band together, for other factions having to join them because they couldn't join the Alliance. But I'm just so confused, you know, I don't know why the Alliance wants to sit here and play these fucking mental gymnastics.
inside the gates, the Loyalists, they've been
It's
working
insane.
hard to prepare themselves. Citizens are rallied to take up arms, while any propaganda spreading all manners of lies, it's removed from the streets. Any citizen that has a problem with that, they're put to the sword. While the siege engines waiting outside, they're sabotaged with bombs. Gallywix, he does some important paperwork, but burning as much evidence as he can. Yet all of this, it wouldn't matter, as the second siege of Orgrimmar, it would not be a massive raid. Instead, it would be a one-on-one duel.
Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge Makora!
A traitor leading traitors. Why should I accept your challenge?
You want to make me suffer. Brother, you cannot win. My old friend.
I'm gonna purposefully make her kill me to make her look like more of a piece of shit than she already feels like she is. Because we constantly put her back against the wall, then complain that she acts like a rabid animal. Anyways, blood and honor.
I set you on this path.
I'm a bitch, and I want peace for everybody, but I can't even ask my own people to not be against everyone and constantly wage war. And I let them hang out with each other for a day, and then I also laid siege to their city. And then when, you know, unfortunate odds push them to make unfortunate decisions, I blame them instead and take no accountability until the last minute.
Let it be finished.
Period. I wish we could have watched her slice him up more.
The High Overlord falls. I trusted you.
Yep.
And so did they.
It's always her mistake
There
to fucking
comes
trust
that
people.
soldier. And all their hope dies with you.
You cannot tried at Teldrassil. You failed. Hope remains. You set us to kill each other at Lordaeron. You failed. Here
It's comical.
we stand.
It's like
Just
everyone would be dead from those battles regardless. And y'all would be the ones who failed. But nobody would be able to take accountability for that, right?
The Horde is nothing. You are all nothing!
At that point, people just holding me down. For Azeroth, it suddenly turns into. Like, that's the comical thing about it. That's never what it was ever fucking about. But it is. The reason being is because some motherfuckers don't want to share. But, you know, for Azeroth instead of for the Horde, right? Sour Fangs?
Who howl
Like, imagine dying that being your last words, and the faction wants to talk about honor. What fucking honor's in that?
Nothing lasts.
A duel our Sourfang knew he could not win, but one in which he still claimed victory by outing Sylvanas to the rest of the hordes. His death, it has prevented more bloodshed. While the Banshee Queen, she abandons
more so,
all of them.
honestly,
The Horde,
making
her
someone
loyalists,
finally
the
give the
Forsaken,
fuck up on trying to
abandons
make people
them to pursue her true
understand
plans.
that
As
we're
do
not
I,
here to
Dark
play
Lady.
fucking games,
But when the
and
time
friendship
comes,
is not magic.
can
It
be no
really is not.
hesitation.
Like, quite
There won't
literally, that's not how anything works.
Safe journey.
But everybody wants to pretend that friendship is fucking magic. And that just doesn't seem to save anyone.
I wasn't certain you made it out of Orgrimmar. If the traitors knew of your service to me, they'd have put you in irons. Or worse. Saurfang's ill-considered challenge.
Yeah, or
may have
worse,
ended the
because,
war
you know, the honor
prematurely.
they speak of goes
But it
out the
doesn't
door
matter
when,
now.
as soon as somebody
Countless souls
has
have been fed to
better
the
ways to
hunger
get
of
things
darkness.
done. And
Though I
actually
cared
fucking
nothing for
win.
the living, I did pity the Forsaken. For the great injustice that made them what they are.
But half of them don't even
I
care.
understand
They
the
want to
cruelty
forgive
of
the
fate
fucking humans who
better than
still don't
anyone.
accept them.
But despite all I taught them, they stubbornly clung to hope.
Yup.
To life.
Yup.
They will learn the truth, along with all the rest.
And I don't feel like
My
Shadowlands was
bargain with
even
the
really
Ajara
any
will
part of
yet
it.
bear fruit. The armies of Azeroth will fight her master, and he will line their streets with corpses.
Yup.
In
See,
the
that's
end,
her talking about in Zod.
He too will serve death.
Yup.
Enough reflection. There are preparations to be made. Nothing lasts. When next you see me, you will understand.
The war chief has left the horde behind, which leaves some people with quite the hate boner.
Well, what's the
People
fucking
like
point? What is the
Gangrene
horde?
and Truan the
Right
Whisperwind.
there,
They won't rest.
right there, the horde should have just merged with the alliance. Right there. Because whatever was any point after that of faction warring, if y'all are gonna sit here time and time again and kiss and make up like a fucking married couple that should get a divorce but clearly won't, and also won't go to therapy. Like, it doesn't make sense. It absolutely blows my mind.
Until they've claimed
Just
their
make it
heads,
one whole
claimed
faction.
vengeance for all the death and destruction that she has caused. No matter the fragile peace that the allies and horde try to come up with again. No matter the changes in leadership within the hordes, now ruled by a council rather than a war chief, they won't rest until the Dark Lady has paid. That's for those that hated her, but the ones who loved her, the Forsaken and Loyalists that stayed at her side through it all, they're hurting, truly feeling forsaken now. Some placed in chains, while others, they stick to the shadows, hoping that this is all part of some major plan. I have my doubts that being a loyalist to Sylvanas will actually have major lore implications in the next expansion, but I have been surprised before. With the Dark Lady gone, it's Lillian Voss that has stepped up to lead the Forsaken. At her side, we find
We
Kalia
just get our
and
own
Phil.
faction
At
because
the moment,
clearly the
she's
Horde and
focused her
Alliance want to
attention
be
on
part of the
offering
same
guidance
one.
and comfort to the recently resurrected Night Elves, but the possibility is still there that she is going to be the one to fulfill the role of new Queen of the Forsaken.
A lot of people
Only
don't
time
like
is going
it.
to tell if that is going to happen.
Nobody
to
really
stay
likes
with Sylvanas,
Kalia.
she has abandoned the
Only
Horde, the
people
factions,
who are
and
like
her people
half
to pursue
Alliance,
new
half Horde
plans.
people like her.
Perhaps a more accurate description, that would be to pursue her true plans. It
I want
turns
full
out that
redemption
for all
arc for
these years,
Sylvanas.
as we've been following her storyline, more's been happening behind the curtains than what we were actually told. Let's roll back the clock to that critical, defining moment for the story of Sylvanas. At the top of Icecrown, where she finished her mission of claiming vengeance upon Arthas and threw herself on the Serenite down below, that's the moment in which she ended up in the Maw and she got in touch with the jailer. A story
it's like-
she shares with captured Enduin Rin
I like.
within the
Is that
novel
written
Sylvanas.
110%?
This storyline, it does its best to explain her motivation
Because
for
I just
allying with the
don't
one that was
believe
responsible
that-
for
that
the
that is
creation
what
of the
she
Lich King to begin
sees.
with, the one who was responsible for Arthas and Frostmourne, and basically her
I
entire
get that
motivation
that
until
is
the
the
end of
reason
Wrath of the
for
Lich King.
those things, but
This
I
critical
just don't
moment
think that's
that
what she
was
sees
never
when
fully
she
explained within the
dies.
game. So we're gonna talk about it.
The
Let me read it
whole
out. The
horrors
greatest deception
that
that the
are
makers
not
ever
of the
perpetrated
living
was to
world.
fool us into believing that we have a
And the
choice in any
endless
facet of our
void.
existence.
Does
You
it
fought so
sound
hard
like
for
the
freedom,
Shadowlands
Sylvanas Windrunner,
exactly?
for control.
It's a
It
bit
is a battle
different in
that I have fought
Nen.
as well, and one that I've witnessed play out across the eons, more times than are numbers to count. And all those battles, courageous and foolhardy alike, were for naught. I was the arbiter. Do you know what I saw? Fragile beings left to the fickle whims of fate. Their worlds, their kin, whether they were wise or simple, hale or sickly. These things were forced upon them from the moment they drew their first breath until they exhaled their last. The choice was never theirs. And when their lives ended, it was my duty to decide their soul's fate for all eternity. Anger flared as she thought of her own life. The decisions made for her. No, I refuse to believe this nonsense. Most deny it. A few eventually accept it. But no one can escape it. Because escape has never been a part of the Maker's grand design. No one escaped the Maw, or any of the infinite afterlives forged to bind mortal souls. From its conception,
The Maw or the infinite afterlives. Like, what is that?
to execution, and throughout all that has been and is, the design is gravely, cruelly, and worst of all, indifferently flawed. When Arthas struck her down, Sylvanas had felt, just for a moment, the peace that had awaited her. Had they been part of this flawed design? How could her situations, her death at the hand of Arthas, from the blade of Frostmourne, how could that have been inevitable? Her mind, still reeling from the cacophony she'd endured earlier, could not wrap itself around such a thing. Not yet. And so she focused on something else. "Why are you here?" she asked him. She did not care, but as long as he was speaking to her, the torment had ceased, and she did care about that. Deeply. "What was your crime?" "I dared to defy the will of the Makers. I sought to break their flawed design, to replace it with a better one. And for this, my own kin condemned me to this unjust fate. A fate I must share with the damned, broken souls I oversee." Again, Sylvanas thought of all that she had endured in life and in death. Resentment, drowned out by blind agony, crept in again. "In many ways, your story echoes my own," the jailer continued. "We were both betrayed and broken. I too was torn asunder. I understand well what it is like to feel achingly, eternally incomplete." He lifted his grey hairless head. His eyes glowed the same hue as the blur of runes that led from either side of his nose down his face, one in the center of his forehead. Her gaze drifted down to the gaping chasm in the center of his chest. Something in Sylvanas was terrified by that sight, a fear deep and primal. Had she hands of flesh, they would have clutched at her own lifeless heart. How often had it seemed to her that her chest was simply devoid of one? Sylvanas thought of her death, of how Arthas' hatred and petulance had ripped bliss away from her when it was almost hers, how the world she gazed upon with unliving eyes seemed a shadow of the one that haunted her memories. They ripped out your heart, she murmured. Far more than that, the jailer said. I sought to change the fate of all, and for that, I was torn in two. They took the essence of my power and fashioned a new arbiter, one without a will to defy the grand design. Then my own brother carved into my flesh the runes that were meant to bind me for eternity. Her eyes focused on the glowing symbols. For the first time, the hazy shapes hardened into crystal clarity, and in that instant, she summoned forth the Banshee's will to shatter the darkness with her rage. Frostmourne, you bear the mark of the blade that ended me. The jailer's voice remained cold, dispassionate. A blade designed by the vengeful mind of my brother. The same brother who used his words of domination to bind me. Her mind raced. Could what he said be true? Could all the destruction and torment inflicted upon our world by Arthas Menethil be architected by the same cruel beings that created this jailer?
And so that would just be like, okay, how do we fucking end those things? And that is just like some absolutely insane, otherworldly shit. But again, her mission is vengeance.
Her soul blazed like fire at the thought of it. You see it now, do you not? His words were thick with bitterness. We are the same, Sylvanas Windrunner. We fought for something greater than ourselves, and we were made to suffer for it. Each of us twisted into an effigy of our own damnation. An effigy of my own damnation. Oh, how this piece of it gripped her. Arthas had done this to her, snatched her away, siphoned her soul into the coldest of blades, forced her to use her voice, raised in the darkest way possible, to kill the innocents. And for that, she was doomed. Even as she had the thought, she felt a faint stirring, a slight brush at the back of her mind. He was here, somewhere in the maw. Of course he was. Arthas Menethil, the brightest of lights seduced to become the darkest of shadows. But it was not the grinning, sadistic master. It was a little boy, lost and alone and confused. I knew you would sense him, the jailer said. How could I not? She replied. His voice was inside my head long enough. Does it please you to know that he is trapped here, in the inescapable darkness? Sylvanas thought of all the long hours when she had rapaciously plotted Arthas' demise. She was a hunter and knew how to remove skin and organs from the fallen prey. She wanted him to suffer, and he was. And yet, not even this gives me joy, she said quietly.
Yup.
Nothing will give you joy, he said.
Negative. Actual vengeance will give joy. Finding out what is the thing behind all of these sinister plans and bringing an end to it.
That this is the Maw. The word struck her almost physically. He was right. There would be only suffering in such a place. A thought struck her. Jailer, she said, why did you pluck me from my torment? If I was fated, did I endure it? Because nothing escapes the Maw until it does. The impact of his statement settled on her, so heavy and full of portent, Sylvanas could almost feel it. You know a way to escape. It took countless eons for me to summon the strength to break my chains. Countless more for me to turn the runes used to bind me into a weapon I could wield. And though I could not leave the Maw, I found a means to extend my will beyond the prison, sought allies who shared my vision for what must be done. What do you mean? It needs to end. Life, death, all of it. I know how to break it, and the place I must go to rebuild it. And the success of your plan, constructed and honed over untold millennia, depends on the aid of allies like me? She scoffed. I doubt that very much. You are wise to be skeptical, the jailer replied. But a thing is no less true, simply because you do not believe it. As arbiter, I judged countless mortal souls from worlds beyond your imagining, and in all that time, none surpassed the potential of those that came from your world of Azeroth. Your wills are fierce, and yours is the fiercest I've yet encountered. Flattery, she retorted, growing inexplicably angry with the giant being. You think I would be swayed by that? His voice took a new tone, not pleading or wheedling. This one would never beg, she could tell, but sincere and surprised. You fail to see the greatness you are capable of. You have been underestimated, unappreciated, but you failed no one. Lirav, she thought, but did not say. You saved so many, some who did not even want your help, who did not deserve your help, but you saved their lives regardless. She thought of her keening at the gates of Quel'Thalas, the sight of so many simply dropping down into death. If only the jailer were right. The false arbiter of the Shadowlands saw that, and still sent you here. It is not Arthas you need to be free of. It is your own mortality. Our path will have no place for the compassion, the regrets, the guilt of the living. It will have no place for their morality, because it, just like the machine of death, is at its heart flawed. And that flaw is believing that anything is fair. She was silent. So much was unjust. That was a painful truth, but predestination on such a scale? I believe you spin a fantasy of lies to tell me what you think I most wish to hear. For all I know, Arthas and his blade were forged by your hands. I do not expect blind trust, and to that end, I offer 2 gifts. The first is knowledge, and the second, choice. Why? Her tone was defiant, brazen. Why offer gifts? You could just as easily compel me to carry out your will. I do not desire a slave, Sylvanas Windrunner. I need an ally. Someone whose mind is keen enough to understand my goal, and who is strong enough to see it through, no matter the cost, because nothing worth having comes without a price. I want you to choose to aid me willingly, with full knowledge of what I have done, for your own sake, and for those of everything that has or will live and die. I thought you said all our choices were made for us, Sylvanas replied. In life and in death, he agreed. But now, Sylvanas, in this moment, in this place with me, you are neither. This is the first choice that is truly your own. Had she a form, it would have trembled. It was a ludicrous thought, this idea of lack of free will, and yet, as she fought back, she wondered. You've been studying me indeed, to tempt me with the one thing you know I value the most, Sylvanas replied. Give me this knowledge you promised them, and I will choose. The jailer gazed at her unblinkingly for a long moment, then spoke. The Mournblade my brother designed was an object of immense power. Frostmourne was a harvester of souls, imbued with an insatiable hunger, a hunger I sought to use for my own ends. What? How? Though I did not design the blade, the runes forged into its metal could be made to answer to my will. His words continued to hammer at her, striking her psyche with agonizing blows. I used secret allies to guide the sword and the helm it was forged with along a path of my choosing. First, into inept hands of the Burning Legion, convincing the demons that it was a weapon they could wield. The instrument of domination were to anchor the power of death to your world of Azeroth, but the blade and helm found a way to Ner'zhul, a weak-willed orc whose mind was as broken as the world he shattered. He sought to bind himself to the body of his pupil, Arthas Menethil, yet it was the young prince who won that battle. So I sought to use this new Lich King to herald my coming, but his selfish desire for conquest made him defiant. You, she spat, her face contorted in a snarl of pure rage. You.
Mind you, she would have never been able to find all of it out and get to the bottom of it all if she didn't do all the shit that she did.
Not the Lich King, not Arthas. You. Do you know what you did to me? Arthas used Frostmourne to end your mortal life, but not by my command. He was too weak to truly master the Mournblade's potential. In the end, he used the tools of domination to pursue his own selfish desire for power. He betrayed everything. His vows, his family, his friends, even himself, and that is why you can sense him here. Powerless, frightened, weak. But something survived the ashes of his failure. You did. Through the blade, I grew to know and understand you. You were strong when you lived, Sylvanas. You are even stronger now. You have the intelligence to understand, and the vision to see what can be done. I will listen to nothing you have to say, Sylvanas snarled. Your words stink of lies. I am dead. I am this because of you. Why would I ever aid you? Arthas cut you down. I would have lifted you up. By my will, the torment that assailed you are held at bay. If my words are lies, then only more torment awaits you, he said. If you distrust my words, then let your own perception reveal the truth of them. The Shadowlands are infinite. Though they would seem to be as varied as the souls who inhabit them, they all suffer under the yoke of the Maker's oppression. My Valkyr can show that everything I'm telling you is true. They appeared as the jailer spoke of them, hovering great wings beating steadily. The proud faces, beautiful, strong, and resolute. Before you refuse me, remember what I am offering you. We will remake everything. Life, death. You will be at my side at each step. Together, we will show every soul that both their lives and the eternity that awaits them are prisons. And we will bring them true freedom.
And I will set us all free.
Basically, all the motivations that we speculate about are thrown at her to turn her into an ally. From the threats of the Torment of the Maw to flattery, sincerity, and a dash of truth. The Valkyrie then take her on a tour through the Shadowlands, where she saw how the Domain of Death operated, how the souls are judged by the Arbiter and sent to the individual domains. There were some happy moments, but too skewed by the knowledge of the Arbiter's lack of care for them to truly be satisfying. She visited Revendreth and saw Zul'jin. Considering the rivers of blood she witnessed him create, she didn't think it was very fair for her to end up in the Maw, where he got a chance to pay for his sins.
That doesn't seem fair.
That is still a question, by the way. Was Sylvanas actually judged, or did the jailer drag her into the Maw by using a piece of her soul that he possesses?
Yup.
And if he was able to drag her into the Maw, then why didn't he need Uther and the Valkyrie?
So, that means that if the entire time since the moment that her soul's been ripped from her body, she's been nothing but a tool to somebody else's ends, does that make her evil for any of the things that she's decided to do in order to find results?
Here to throw Arthas into the Maw. Still questions left to be answered. Then she visits a domain that's actually a paradise for the creatures that get to spend their afterlife there. Except the Arbiter did not consider the bonds created in life. They didn't even get to spend eternity with the ones that they had loved. Which,
what the
again,
fuck?
That doesn't seem fair.
Her mind shot to her parents, to her sisters, to her brother Lirov. And slowly but surely, she starts to open up to the idea that this unjust system had to be destroyed.
That's ass!
This system that judges you for actions taken during a life that is predetermined, to then separate you from the things that matter to you the most, all of it without choice or agency. But with the jailer, they could make justice happen. Then she could search for her brother with the certainty that all would be well. She didn't make her choice right there and then, though, because the concept of a predetermined life, it's not been fully proven. She isn't convinced entirely. Something that the jailer knew how to fix. I have seen what you said I would see. Misery and injustice, imbalance and illogic at this. The one place where mortals have so long believed the justice that escapes them during their lives might be corrected. Now you understand, he said. I do, but I'm cautious. Careful. I do not give my trust easily, and I still do not trust you, she said. Trust between allies is earned, the jailer agreed, but if your own eyes do not convince you, I'm not certain what will, while I know that in the end you will grant it to me, because you will not be able to deny the truth of what you bore witness to. There is a risk if you delay. Time passes differently in the Shadowlands than in the mortal worlds. It can be unpredictable. You may return to your body and find that a mere moment has passed, or you may find only a skeleton. I say again, I want a partner. One who is able to see and understand the flaws in the design and who burns, like I do, for justice. One who has the courage to stay the course at any cost, because she is not deceived by illusions and flattery. That certainly had not been Arthas. He craved power and enjoyed using it in petty ways on those who could not fight back. If she did join with the jailer, she would not make the mistake her tormentor had. Even so, if you truly know anything about me, she said softly, do you know that I will never serve?
Never.
The maw is filled with countless souls that I can force to serve me, Sylvanas, the jailer said. He sounded almost tired, as if he was utterly disconnected from the very idea of servitude. They are worth next to nothing. I need someone who will ally with me, who will set her own shoulder to the stone to help me move it, who can travel where I cannot, do what I cannot, and trust, he added, must be on all sides. I, too, have been betrayed before, by my own kin and many others I trusted. You are not like them, Sylvanas. You are like me. There will be a time for king thoughts, for compassion, the jailer assured her. Once the machine is remade, but until then, you must dedicate yourself to breaking the chains you brought with you. Remnants of your life that failed you then, and will fail you again if you allow them. The one thing I can promise is that you will find yourself time and again at a crossroads, where what is right, what we must do in order to achieve our goal, is in lethal conflict with what seems good. Only a hard heart will endure when asked to do things that seem atrocities. Only a cold heart will continue step after step when the world screams with one voice to stop. Only an uncaring heart will turn away from the trap baited with hope, for hope is the worst illusion of them all. Sometimes there are no good choices, and yet one must still choose. The end is worth the means, Sylvanas, because the end is truly the end of every moment of suffering and loss and torment forever. The only thing that was real was the pain caused by existing in a world where hope was nothing but a dream the helpless made up for themselves. I lost hope long ago, Sylvanas said quietly. I have laid aside kindness and love, and I am prepared to learn how to let go of pain and rage. Then go, the jailer said. When you have made your choice, send a Valkyr to me, and if it is yes, watch for a child of the blood. With your new insight, you will see injustice everywhere, and fairness not at all. Watch for these 5 signs, and know my words are true. A fiery darkness will return. You must step out of the shadows and lead. A blade will pierce the heart of the world, and you shall hold the blood from that wound and sense its power. And finally, you shall topple a king and shatter the sky itself. The jailer told her that life is predetermined, and then goes on to predict very specific moments to happen, and those moments did come to pass. Some of these you might write off as jailer manipulation or just common knowledge, because the Legion's return was inevitable, but something like a blade will pierce the heart of the world is incredibly specific. It means that he was able to predict that we would stop Sargeras just in time for him to still stab the world but not destroy her. That is some incredible foresight right there. And when his words did become reality, when the darkness did return and she had to step out of the shadows and lead, she not only accepted the position of war chief, but she also became the jailer's ally.
Many will not understand, but you must step out of the shadows and lead.
The imperfect engine of death would be remade. And so, Legion played out, with Sargeras leaving his gift behind. Battle for Azeroth, the war between the Alliance and the Horde, feeding souls into the Maw and towards the Jailer. The Horde started their campaign with invading Night Elven lands. Now, they don't explain why Sylvanas didn't take the kill, when all she wanted was in her grasp. There's no extra reason given for not killing Malfurion, but they do add a bit as to what was going through her mind as she decided to burn Teldrassil. Arf's voice floated back to her, still sharp and cruel as the sword with which he took her life. Kill the innocents first. For the first time, Sylvanas did not balk at the recollection. It did not matter where a useful thing came from, only that it was useful. Arfus had been right, but he had also failed. He was a weak vessel in the end, but Sylvanas and Zoval would succeed where he and the Lich King had not. And so, certain in her knowledge that the suffering was finite, and the joy that awaited them was infinite, Sylvanas Windrunner ordered the world tree set aflame, and countless numbers of souls surged forward to the Maw, the jailer, and true freedom. The screams would fade, the fires die, but the goal was closer than ever. In the end, it will have been worth it, she whispered, for her ears alone, then turned to face the anguished confusion and fury of Varrock Saurfang, who did not
nobody
and would not
understood.
understand.
Yeah.
In the end, as she had told Vol'jin, death would claim them all, and it would be she and Zoval who would remake them. Now, I still wonder how much of an impact the souls of the Night Elves had compared to the entirety of the Warcraft universe, by this time draining down into the Maw. A reason could be our grand potential as children of Azeroth are huge stores of anima. But still, one world tree versus an entire universe. The genocide of the Night Elves, which would empower Zoval further, but also paint a target on the war chief's back. Eventually, the world rose up and got ready for Siege of Orgrimmar 2.0. Which did not exactly happen. Navanos spoke with his beloved about how she was his world, and that he did not care for life or afterlife. All he needed was right here. This little world was theirs. They could walk away, disappear, be forgotten, and be together. Despite pretending otherwise, their feelings were not entirely gone. But before this could go anywhere, Saurfang ushered his challenge.
Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge! Makora!
Sylvanas felt again the burst of fury, frustration, and resentment that she had felt outside the gates of Orgrimmar. From almost every moment of her existence, she'd been trying to help, to save. Her sister Illyria during her trial, her brother Lyra from staying away of the path of the blade and getting killed by the Horde anyways, the Kaldorei, the Forsaken, and now she was trying to save every last ignorant, pathetic creature that walked, swam, flew or crawled on any world that ever existed.
Exactly.
They would have called her mad, accused her of lying.
Yep.
At best, accused her of gullibility.
Yeah.
But they had not seen what Sylvanas had, or knew what she knew. The Horde, Saurfang, had shouted at her again and again, "The Horde," as if it was anything of consequence, as if shouting wishes about something made them true. It was nothing at all, and still, seething from the hot pain of Charlemagne's bite,
yes.
She told him so.
The Horde is nothing!
And yet, Sylvanas fought now.
They don't understand.
As snow swirled around her. Even so, I will still save us all, so that you may, at last, become something. There is no cost too high when eternity is at stake, and once we are done, you will understand, and you will be grateful. The book did a lot to try and make us understand why Sylvanas would ally with a walking Frostmourne. Some heavy lifting, which the game unfortunately did not tell. Not to mention that the book was released near the end of the expansion rather than at the start.
There's so many people
at least
have
now we
no
do know,
idea
which takes us into the expansion
lore.
of the Shadowlands. The story that
That's
played
a
out
fucking
during the
crime.
expansion. Time to move on. Time to move forward and head on into the Shadowlands. Navanos
like-
had failed in his mission of
It's like, here's a bunch of cutscenes that paint this beloved character a lot of people really enjoy out to be an absolute war criminal. And then all of the other important bits, yeah. Well, if you look it up, it's there, but if not, your perception is just like that.
taken care of on Sunday, which didn't exactly please his Dark Lady. This was a blow, but one she felt sure that it could overcome. Sylvanas flicked her fingers, as if ridding herself of a speck of muck, while she embraced the darkness. Navanos returned to the Marisstead, with her expectations of him finding a way to prevent the Loas meddling. This would in fact be the last time that they saw each other, as the world went on the hunt for the Dark Lady. The pressure was on to bring her to justice, pushing some to the brink, like her sister Illyria with her husband Tyrellian. He chained down innocents with the light, while she used the void to invade their minds and find some answers, but none hunted with as much passionate hatred as Tyrande Whisperwinds. The Banshee Queen had burned down Teldrassil. The genocide of the Night Elves doomed so many spirits to the torment of the Maw, infused with the powers of the Night Warrior, Elun's dark gift. Tyrande finds the champion of the Banshee Queen and has only one question.
Where is she?
With him, of course. In the darkest place. Along with every soul burned to ash in your precious tree.
Where is she?
Go on. Kill me. You'll send me right to my lady. Beyond the veil, she shattered. Oh, Tyrande. High Priestess, Night Warrior. Completely powerless to stop the coming.
Completely powerless to stop the coming darkness.
She awaits within the Shadowlands, and not just the Banshee Queen, but so do Jaina, Fro, Bane and Anduin, who've been taken by a Valkyr. They also try to take Tyrande, but the Night Warrior is no easy prey to capture. They've been selected by Sylvanas in order of the Jailer, as he's in need of a great but humble soul, one who served truly, selflessly from the heart, who put duty to others before anything else. He had a special task in mind for this soul, and to find out who was worthy, they enjoyed the torment of the Maw. Heroes of Azeroth were eventually called to come to the top of Icecrown and travel through the Veil into Hell itself to find our stolen heroes. Despite protests, Tyrande went in as well, as nothing would stop her from completing her hunt.
Won't succeed.
Such a narrow vision.
That's pretty
You disappoint me. No matter. We will find what we seek. In another.
Anduin! How badly are you hurt?
I will live.
Fighting a way through the Jailer's forces. We actually did manage to
So,
find our stolen
like,
heroes, but getting them out of the Maw, the domain for which
shit
nothing
just
is supposed
did
to
not
escape,
make sense
it proved rather
for
difficult.
video games.
The light is with me. Even here.
None of that makes sense at all.
Go, champion! Go!
I literally got past that first quest where you saved them, and then I just didn't play the rest of the expansion. My mod Lex, he bought me the Heroic Edition for Shadowlands, because I wasn't able to play the game during Legion. And I played a lot during BFA, but then like I stopped playing a lot. And when Shadowlands came out, I was like going to play more, but like I felt it was so ridiculous.
Apparently
I
shows
just
the
could
Jailer
not.
that he's the right candidate.
Like I
the
was
one
so
that
happy
he's been looking
Sylvanas
for.
was
And
like
while
a
we
part of
came
the
here
story
for
and
a
everything
rescue
still kind
mission,
of, but I was
we
just
barely
like,
managed to
this is
escape
ass.
ourselves. We can't
It's
get
so
them out quite
ass.
yet, so we focused our efforts on the Shadowlands. All of it was in trouble due to the actions of the Jailer, and by extension Sylvanas herself. In Oribos, we learned about the Arbiter shutting down, souls directly dropping into
I
the
just
Maw.
did not care.
We
I
traveled
just
through
could
the
not
different
find it in
zones
me to
of
care about
Bastion,
any of it
Malplexus,
at that
Ardenweald,
time.
and Revendrev. We learned more about how the Shadowlands operates, the problems that they were facing, met the leaders, made new allies, took care of threats, until at last we returned to Hell as Maw-walkers, taking on the Jailer's forces and finding a way to his base of operations, the Tower of Torghast.
Yeah, everybody hated that.
Not again. No! I will not yield! My mind is my own! Do you hear me?
Whoever you are, whatever you want, I will fight you. You will not break me.
We have managed to save Bane, Jaina, and Fro. but young Anduin was still nowhere to be found.
All that matters is we now possess the necessary instrument.
It's like your character was just tiptoeing around the jailer.
Leave him to me. You've seen what he is capable of when he believes in the cause. A measure of patience may yield superior results.
Very well. We have our weapon. Now, we shall hone it.
There was more to it for Sylvanas than just turning Anduin into a more powerful and capable ally. To her, as much as she liked to deny it, it was personal. It's during his imprisonment here that the story we talked about last time, the story within the Sylvanas novel, is explained. It's the Dark Lady telling Anduin her life story, trying to convince him of the clear truth that the jailer had told her, for if she could make Anduin see it their way, have him willingly join their side, that in turn would make her choices right as well. And on top of that, she saw in Anduin her little brother Lirav, down to the nicknames that she used. Lirav was a little lord's son. Anduin she called Little Lion, but the boy king would not serve.
Look around you! At what and who you've joined.
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
You have a choice to consider. Join us willingly, or be made to serve.
I thought you believed in free will, Sylvanas.
We've never had free will, Little Lion. But that is about to change.
Let me go, he told her. We can leave this place, and I will help you. Your goal is worthy, but not the way the jailer intends to achieve it. Never like that.
Oh wow,
Something
somebody
inside her
finally
shattered.
offering her fucking
You
help.
are a fool, Anduin Rin. You've made one of me as well. Have you been angling to get my sympathy this entire time? To trick me into releasing you? To make me think that I've lost my perspective? That I would turn on the jailer just because your face resembles someone I once loved? She shook her head angrily. I am done, she said. I am done with all of this. I leave you to your fate, Anduin. Fury made her tremble, and Fury gave her speed as she stalked out. He called after her, but she did not halt, did not look back. If she did, she was afraid that everything she was would come apart.
There she is again. You know, these endless lectures of yours
have failed to convince you. Regardless, the conversation is over. One way or another, we will have you. So I will offer this one last time. Join our cause, or be made to serve.
What kind of choice is that?
Because you're gonna
Why
be
even
serving,
give
not
me-
them.
It's the choice you never had. Despite all your grand designs, there's still some shred of your mortality haunting you. As if the Banshee Queen hasn't entirely eclipsed the Ranger General.
Don't.
Now I understand why you brought me here. Why you've tried so hard to persuade me. Because if you can get me to let go of hope, you finally can too.
Enough! Submit. You are only making this harder on yourself.
Not harder on me. Right now, you hold all the power. How will you use it?
I've not come this far to falter now.
Then why do you hesitate? Make your choice. Sylvanas Windrunner.
And so Sylvanas made her choice, stayed the course, and used the recently forged Kingsmorn. Charlemagne turned into a Mornblade, infused what remained of Arce's soul, and she forced the same fate upon Anduin as Arthas had done to her. Sylvanas stole his free will, and the jailer had his dominated weapon. The reason why he was so keen on a soul like this one, it was so that they could infiltrate the domain of Bastion. despite them knowing that Enduin had been captured in the Maw, and despite we ourselves have an approval word of the Archon in order to get an audience, Enduin is accepted based on reputation alone, and they welcome him in, giving him, or more accurately put, giving the jailer the opportunity to strike the leader of Bastion and steal her sigil. He will need all 5 to gain access to Zereth Mortis, to get into the Sepulchre and fulfill his ultimate plan of rewriting the universe. We can see here that Enduin is not entirely gone. The act of stabbing the Archon is so against his own nature that just for a moment he regains control, experiences the full horror that's going on, before the jailer tightens his leash again.
The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
A flicker of doubt crosses Sylvanas' face as she looks at what she's done. Someone who in her mind and heart reminded her so much of her beloved brother turned into what Arthas made of her. She had become the thing that she had fought against. But all for the greater good, right? That's what the jailer had told her after all. But he also told her how much he valued her as an ally. And seeing how he treats his other allies...
Sire Denathrius has been taken prisoner. What is our plan to recover him?
Every soul has its purpose. Denathrius has fulfilled his.
Does not exactly inspire confidence.
No.
This was when they were still forging Kingsmorn and made ready to force Enduin into servitude. Another blow in her conviction that would come as their quest for the sigils would lead them into Ardenweald, where Tyrande Whisperwind, after who knows how long of soloing the Shadowlands, finally finishes her hunt.
Tyrande, I understand you've been looking for me. Come
This
then.
scene was so funny.
Show me Elune's wrath.
Elune gave me her strength. The wrath is mine alone!
That's all you got, girly pop.
Night warrior. I expected more.
I will take your head, Banshee! Just like I took his! Thought you didn't know. Your master is keeping secrets from you!
They broke the through! Pull back! Pull back!
A trick. No! Elune, it is time. Inqua Melema.
All that she had to summon and still got denied. So because even they know that Sylvanas is gonna be the only way to save everything.
Yet, the night's power wanes. Once again, she denies you victory.
Mother Moon, do not forsake me. End this!
Bask in the dying embers of your goddess's bargain, Tyrande. Nothing lasts.
Sylvanas taunts Tyrande like Nathanos had done, but the champion of the Banshee Queen was wrong. Death did not send him directly to his beloveds. Perhaps the Valkyr had been so busy that they haven't gotten around to picking up his soul yet. We as players helped gather the soul
I think
of
they
Ben,
just
after
forgot
all,
about
who
it.
died during the Shadowlands pre-event, so it's not like they all instantly fly you into the Shadowlands. More likely though, his soul did arrive in the Maw, and the jailer not only kept his
Yeah.
death a secret, he also kept his soul away. For what
Yeah,
reason or
that's
purpose,
obvious.
we may never
They
know
wrote
for
it
sure.
that
As even
she's
to this day,
traveling the mall
Naphanos
looking
is
for
still
him.
missing, and we never saw her confront the jailer about learning about this, learning about Naphanos.
No, that's just
Now, I would
where
imagine
everyone
that he
assumes
kept the soul
Sylvanas
in
is, that
reserve,
she's
in case that she
wandering
needed some
around
extra
looking for
motivation,
him.
or perhaps he wanted to make sure that Naphanos would not whisper in her ear, would not push her away from this path. Who knows what Zaval was thinking? The end result is all the same. His loyal ally
All
now
the
knows
same.
that he's been keeping secrets from her. She survives this encounter as Tyrannus' Night Warrior powers run out at the most unfortunate of times. Survives to stay at Zaval's side as they make ready to claim the final sigil and get everything that they've been working for.
The battle is almost upon us. I will deal with the invading forces atop Torghast. When we reach Oribos, you will defend Zoval while he completes the ritual.
You mean he will compel me to defend him? Each time he dominates my will, I feel myself slipping further away. Is this what you felt when Arthas raised you, Sylvanas? Hollow, empty, everything you once were, consumed by darkness.
Yes, young lion. But in the end, the sacrifices we've made will have been worth it. Once the cycle of life and death has been broken and remade, we will...
By that time, I'll have been lost. And so will you. I only hope my friends will remember me as I was.
This is
Not
all your
what
fault,
you
Jaina.
made me to be.
Bolvar leads the heroes of Azeroth through the Sanctum of Domination, the jailer's home
That's
base,
what I believe.
in which he's expanding his reach all the way to Oribos, where the Arbiter and the final sigil awaits. The road there had us face off against some of his most powerful forces, like the Nine Valkyr, the warrior maidens that had entered the bargain with Sylvanas, allowed her to resurrect more Forsaken, and stayed out of hell by taking her place instead.
Valkyr, you are bound to me. Strike down my foes.
As you command, Dark Lady.
The Dungeon Journal claims that the Dark Pact Sylvanas struck with Valkyr forged her bond with the jailer, from which, at first read, it would give the impression that it was her acceptance of the Valkyr that got her out of hell, the origin story of Edge of Night, that was the thing that bound her to the jailer. With the Sylvanas novel, we now know that she made the choice willingly. She willingly sided with him as she became the war chief. But still, the Valkyr definitely played a part in forging her bond, as they were the ones who showed her around the Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Speaking of bargains, the one mentioned between Sylvanas and Helya during Legion, that was also orchestrated by the jailer. Helya was his ally after all, and told Sylvanas to pick up the artifact from her, to pick up the Soul Cage. Helya was reluctant to part with it, but I pointed out that it would benefit her as much as it would benefit him. I was instructed to use it to command the leader of the Valkyr to deliver the mighty souls she commands to Helya, who in turn would turn them into our purpose. So Helya had given her the cage so that Sylvanas could deliver her the power of the Valkyr, which Helya could turn into more forces for the jailer. That was the deal, with Gen Greymane not to put a stop to it. You stole my son's future. Now I'm stealing yours, he had told her. But if anyone's future had been stolen, it had been that of Gen himself.
Yep.
Who knew where the Arbiter had sent his son Liam? Who knew where it would send Gen? Or indeed any of his family? The possibilities were quite
he
literally
fucked
limited.
himself
But the chance of them all being
over.
together,
That's what
equal
y'all
to the
get.
Valkyr, there was no chance at all. Fool, she whispered. Old sad fool.
We will reshape it all.
Azeroth's champions. You've arrived at last. Despite witnessing the broken cycle of life and death with your own eyes, still, you would stop us from remaking this flawed system.
For real.
What a pity.
There are no more Valkyr to protect you, Sylvanas. You will die here for the last time.
The Archer does not mourn the loss of their arrows, High Lord. A shame you won't survive to witness our victory. But if it's an ending you seek, then come and meet it.
The arrow line is a repeat of our mindset towards the Forsaken, as we read it within Edge of Night. They turned from arrows in her quiver to a bulwark against the infinite. Now the warrior maidens, who had forged the pact with her, took her place in hell, allowed her to fight for eternity salvation, get the same description.
Your efforts are futile. Oribos is within my grasp. No! We will stop you! Jaina, we need a portal.
Oh, Jaina can just portal us around fucking
Sylvanas
hell.
has become quite powerful through her jailer covenant, capable of putting up a fight against several heroes of Azeroth and our own might included. The ability to fly is quite overpowered here, as we need to be more careful with our footing. Jaina and Thrall build bridges across the chains, while we chase down the Banshee Queen, and we try to stop the jailer from reaching Oribos.
We're done with your games, so
You will pay. All of you will pay.
The person's character
You
just
don't
standing
have
around.
to do this. Surrender.
Suffer my wrath.
For Sourfang! For the Horde!
No, that's what you keep saying.
this time you'll lose, Sylvanas.
All hope is lost.
Sylvanas! Give Anduin to me!
Hear the sound of suffering.
Hold them back a little longer. The portal's nearly open.
Portals, portals, that's all I know how to
It's
do.
done. Hurry!
No! The jailer is going to destroy the Arbiter!
Oh.
Quickly, champions! Stop Sylvanas!
Jaina is just here to save the
bends
entire
to
world,
my
apparently.
Anduin is keeping our allies busy in the middle, so now we face the Banshee Queen all by ourselves. The clock is running out though, and despite our best efforts, the jailer succeeds in taking back what was stolen from him.
He's done it. The Arbiter falls.
The way is open, Zobor! We already have what we need!
Too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality, where all shall serve.
I will never serve.
Still shamed by mortality. You did help restore something stolen from me. Allow me to repay you in kind. I
Cannot let him reach me.
The way to Zereth Mortis, this sepulchre, and the power to rewrite the universe is open to Sylval. While Sylvanas has her soul restored. They've added the ability to Mournblades that, when wielded with rage, it has a chance to shatter a soul into fragments. Now the question, did the jailer use her soul piece to drag her into the maw to begin with? That's still up in the air. If he was able to do this with her, what does this say about the Kyrian who ferry souls and the judgment of the Arbiter? And if he was able to drag her into the maw, why not Arthas? Picking up Frostmourne also took a piece of his soul away. Why was Uther required to throw Arthas in there? But on the other hand, if he didn't drag her in there, if he didn't manipulate these events, which I personally do think they are going with the story, as in, we are going to replace this unfair judgment system of the Shadowlands with a much better one. But if she was judged by the Arbiter and then found worthy to go to the Maw, then I do wonder why she was sent to the Maw, whereas others, like a Lady Vush or a Kil'Thuzad or a Garrosh, why they did not, why they got to spend their time in Revendreth.
That doesn't seem fair.
Questions left behind in the Shadowlands. We follow the Primus' guidance in Reforge the Covenants, as well as the Sigils. This allowed us to open up the way to Zereth Mortis herself and try to stop the jailer. Meanwhile, the Banshee Queen is kept at Oribos, stuck in a nightmare of her own making. Compliments of the jailer as he restored her soul. Someone is gonna have to go down there to get her out. Who better than Uther the Lightbringer, who had to deal with his own shattered soul?
Sylvanas' soul has been fractured from the moment of her death until now.
Burn it!
This was their home.
And you slaughtered all of them! How could you take all those innocent lives? This was beyond life and death. There was no other path to true freedom. How can you not see that? I see what you are. Murderer! Monster! Butcher! Why can I not escape this torment?
The jailer has severed their bond and condemned her to endlessly relive her atrocities. So long as her soul remains divided, she cannot wake.
Maybe she shouldn't.
She's the only
Literally,
one who
fuck
knows
you,
the
Bane.
jailer's plan and how we might save Anduin.
She's the one that turned Anduin.
Jaina, you're the reason why everything goes
How
wrong.
can we possibly
Shut
trust
the
her?
fuck up.
Her wound runs so much deeper than mine.
The subtitles, you enter my wound nightmare
met,
thingy, Solana.
Ranger General.
What is this?
She's
Who
so
are
pretty when she's like fully
Someone
herself.
who shared your fate, felled by the blade of the very same prince.
Arthas. I died trying to stop that monster. Only to wake up haunted by one with my face.
That Banshee is you.
No. I cannot accept that.
Her path began.
It's understandable, girly. You
when
tried
yours
offing yourself
ended.
multiple times. It didn't
And
work.
you've seen the decisions she made.
Never in 1,000 lifetimes would I betray everything I stood for.
You can't possibly understand.
But I can, yeah.
The jailer is deceptively cunning. When I realized I had become his pawn, it nearly destroyed me. He had no doubts it would destroy you as well. Was he right? Or will you accept her shattered legacy and tell us how to stop him?
Her crimes are unforgivable.
Yes.
And she... I must face the consequences.
We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future. But inaction damns us all.
Yep.
Time is short, Ranger General. Make your choice. I've done all I can.
This moment is pretty out there, and it had some wonder what just happened. Did the Banshee Queen get replaced with the Ranger General? Is she alive again? Are they pretending like she's a different person for the redemption arc? A lot of reactions came out of this. My take, my explanation, that would be to see it as if part of her soul has been trapped within the time capsule.
Okay, it's really not that hard to understand. Holy shit, what the fuck? People don't get it? Okay, so if your soul gets ripped out of your body and your body gets placed in a chest and locked in it, right? And you have to exist outside of your mortal body as just a vengeful spirit. You're literally not your mortal self. You just become the spirit, the essence, the fucking rage. Like, it's just like the emotions of like whatever the fuck is making your fucking soul being alive, right? And then once you'd be returned to your mortal body, you would have a moral compass and like real feelings and emotions, like the depth of understanding of like pain and loss. But as like a fucking spirit, I don't think that you'd have that, right? So upon being, even restoring your body back to that, like you were just not the same person you once were. Your mind's probably forever split because your soul's ripped from your body. So whatever the fuck your mortal body and what you were in life, that undeath is just a completely different version of yourself. And it's like, prior to the understanding of the jailer stuff, it was just like, okay, well, you were once alive and now you're dead. Like, that's it. Like, you're just a different version. Like, you're just not the same person you were. And like, anyone depicted in World of Warcraft who is an undead person is like very clearly like, yeah, they're fragments of themselves, but they say things like they lose their memory, you know, like they don't have a full concept of what their life was prior. They knew who they were, but it's not like everything remains. So, and I would imagine after time being dead, you just completely lose all sense of your like alive self. Right on.
From the moment that she was struck down by Arthas in Warcraft 3, that part of her soul has been cut out, unaware of the road that she herself would take when turned into a Banshee. Her road as the Dark Lady, leader of the Forsaken, member of the Horde, already doing anything it took to claim vengeance upon Arthas. Then, when she decided to end it all by throwing herself on the top of Icecrown, she again did anything it took to fulfill the plans of the jailer, in her mind to right the wrongs of the universe and rewrite a flawed design. The person that she used to be now looks at who she's become, and she is forced to accept that step by step, slowly but surely, she has become more and more like Arthas.
Inevitably.
She could never imagine that this is who she would become, but she'll have to come to terms with it,
Yeah.
acknowledging that her crimes are unforgivable, and Uther confirms this. We cannot change the past, and we may never find forgiveness in the future, but inaction damns the soul. Make your choice. And she does, liberating herself. But, of course, not everybody's instantly on board with the idea of Sylvanas helping us out.
Tell the others what you told me.
You all have witnessed the jailer's power firsthand. Without the means to resist his domination, we have no chance against him. Anduin may be the key, if we can save him.
You dare speak of freeing him after
Jaina,
all
shut
you've
the
done.
fuck up! You're not helpful!
Sylvanas held the Mournblade.
Someone
that
please
bound
remove
him.
her plot
Her
armor.
presence may help free Anduin from the jailer's grasp.
Just
I will
once.
never trust her.
Once. Can we make her lose like a fucking
Then
leg or
trust
something?
in me.
Just so she's not as useful? She's so fucking annoying. Nobody cares, Jaina.
Very well.
You're not a leader of anything.
We will prepare to
You're
enter the
nobody.
sepulchre and
You just
save
have wet
Anduin
pussy that orcs like.
together.
I feel my soul slipping away.
Break his hold and
That's
win.
all that
The
she.
strength
No,
lies within
I don't
you.
think she sleeps with any humans. I really do. That bitch wait around for that orc dick. That's all that she is focused on.
The strength to protect your people as you
Probably
fell
dragons.
before Frostmourne.
That would suffice her enough, maybe.
You are weak, Windrunner. And the weak are made to serve.
Save yourselves. End this.
Look at this. She's just like some random mage, and she can hold off blasts from a fucking arbiter of death through his pawn. It doesn't make sense. The plot armor's insane.
Annihilation. The fate of all who carry my blade. My son.
Daddy coming in clutch.
This blade does not belong
It's
to
like, it's
darkness.
honestly such pussy shit because
It
it's
was
like,
forged
Sylvanas ain't
by
got a
valor.
single person to come and put a hand on her fucking shoulder. You know? Little bitch boy needed
Its
though.
legacy and ours are with you, even here. Finished.
Get split. Hi, my name's Jaina, and I'm just fucking important somehow.
Is this all that remains of him?
The last flicker of his scarred spirit, consumed in the forges of the jailer.
No crown, no throne, not even a soul left for judgment. I hated you, hunted you, and with each selfish act became you. That is my burden to bear. But your legacy is at an end. Be gone then, Arthas Menethil. May the last whisper of your name fade and be forgotten.
Breaking apart Charlemagne and breaking free of the jailer's control also shatters the spirit of Arthas that had been imbued into Kingsmourn. Throughout the encounter,
Yeah,
Anduin
I like where
temporarily
it's
manifested
going.
the source of his domination. Through this,
Much
the
better
jailer
than
was able to
Shadowlands.
dominate the Boy King. And now, after witnessing who knows what horrors, after performing who knows what kinds of vile acts, Anduin Rin is free of what Sylvanas forced upon him. The scars of those actions will
You don't
ripple
act
on,
like it
but
really,
for
though.
now, we'll have to focus on the jailer as he's creeping ever closer to fulfilling his goals within the sepulchre. Just one problem, though. Last time that we fought him, he used his control of domination to dominate us. If we go in again without preparing, we'd just be instantly controlled. That's where the Helmet of Domination comes in. By imbuing it with some of the most advanced pieces of the first one's power to be confined, and the experiences of those that have managed to overcome domination, we should be able to forge something which will give us the will to resist Soval's control.
These mirrors will focus your memories to draw out the ones that we need.
Friendship is magic.
This is a perilous undertaking.
We're
Kyrie.
gonna do this by the
Domination
power
magic
of friendship.
is not easy to overcome.
We must harness what is within us. There is no other choice.
It must be done.
Jaina's always
I am willing
harnessing
to bear
what's
any
within
suffering,
her.
so long as
That
it will
big
help.
dick energy.
Bolvar and Darien are able to unleash their fire and blood-bound memories. Not without pain or struggles, but they get the job done. Then there is young Enduin, around the age of 19 at this point, who just got out of who knows what.
Violence
Closer
is
to the side
always
of
the
the jailer,
answer
we can
in
only imagine
Azeroth.
what he has witnessed, what he was forced to do.
I pray some good can come from all of this.
Can you put Jaina in there?
What is this? It's too much!
The person they got to voice Anduin, man. I hope they're paying him big money.
Anduin, we cannot put him through this again.
Did you step the fuck up, bitch? Do it. Do some.
I see your struggle, young lion. Allow me to offer perspective. I don't remember the exact moment I wrested control. I do remember the rush of freedom. The clarity of purpose.
Yeah.
When I loosed my arrow, I sought to become his judge and his executioner. I thought that if I could punish him for his crimes, I would be absolved of mine.
That's not how it works.
Forgiven for the atrocities he forced me to commit against my own people. But there would be no justice that day for anyone. That is yet to come.
The one who forced domination upon him in the first place now gets to offer her insight, and Enduin thinks he understands. All of them that were touched by domination, they were able to tap into something else, whether nobility or vengeance. It gave them the strength to resist. With all that he has faced,
Yeah, and
he has to
Anduin
remember
just
that
loves
he's still
buckling
here.
under
And if there
pressure.
are those willing to stand with Sylvanas, he has to believe they will stand with him as well.
I will try again.
Search for the light within you, Anduin.
You are strong enough.
There. I have done all I can.
You did well, Anduin.
Everyone pat him on the
This is
back.
not the end of your suffering.
This is the king of the
but
alliance,
it
y'all.
is a step forward.
The pieces are now ready to be reforged by the Primus, turning it into the Crown of Wills, which we use to buff ourselves, magically protect ourselves from the jailer's control. It wasn't easy, but it was certainly worth it, as we reached the jailer just in time to stop him from claiming the soul of our world and rewrite the entire universe. He did leave us with a warning, though,
Do
that
you
the
know
universe
who else
divided
is
will
going
not able
to
to stand
claim the
against
soul
what
of
is
the
to come.
world?
Worries for later. As for now, with the new
Huzzah.
arbiter in place, it is time to place judgment upon Sylvanas' soul.
Be warned, their words will be harsh.
I expect no less.
Yeah, like,
Come.
this ain't
Let
shit
us be on our way.
compared to what she's already been through. The fuck?
You defiled our sacred groves.
I'd do it again. Y'all know what that shit's capable of?
Torment is all you deserve.
Y'all ain't gonna be saying that when Zoth corrupts your Nutri. Dumbasses. And you know, what about the whole fucking you dumbass night elves infecting the humans and that's why there's Worgen? Y'all wanna fucking step up and talk about that?
How many souls
if I
have
were
you
her,
doomed?
that's what I would have been saying here at that moment. I would have been like, y'all need to step the fuck up. How about we answer for that? What about the fucking beast cursed?
We trust
Y'all don't want to talk about it?
You betrayed us all!
Talk about betrayal. Fuck up out here. Try being part of your
My
damn
home,
faction
my
right after
family,
fresh out Lich
all
King,
burned
and y'all
to
were like,
ashes.
nah. Then you want to have a
Is it
day
justice
of hanging
they
out,
seek,
like,
or
years later?
vengeance?
Anger and pain make it difficult to tell the difference.
The flow
It's
of
because there was
souls
night
into the maw
elves,
has
night
ended.
elf druids who first
Covenant
got
and the
infected by
Shadowlands
like
have
whatever
been
the Worgen
restored.
curse, and they were the
Only one
ones who
task
then
remains.
went to Gilneas and
Sylvanas
infected the
Windrunner.
humans.
The time
At least
for
that's
your
what he
judgment
said. It
is at
described that
hand.
earlier in this video. Like that's what happened. Yeah, so the night elves that were druids that got infected with whatever
There
beast
can
hurt,
be
like
no
they
true
lost
justice
they
without
lost
compassion.
control when they turned.
And I can see your deeds
and that's like
bear
why the
mark of the
Worgen
jailer's
curse became a
influence.
thing. And at
An
first, the
influence
Worgens
we
only
failed
stayed
to
like
contain.
once someone
The
turned
jailer did not.
into a Worgen, they would stay a Worgen. But because of the night elves being druids, and one of the blessings of a loon or some potion or some shit like that, they gave it to the humans of Gilneas so that they're able to switch between being human and beast. It's like, so y'all fully acknowledge these are the people who know how to help you transform in between human and beast, and you're not willing to acknowledge the fact that they're also the ones who are the reason why that happened. And so also, why can't humans be druids? Because like, that don't make no sense at that point. But like, yeah, it's like the night elves don't seem, they just never answer. Nobody's responsible for that.
Control me.
Bullshit.
My actions were mine alone, and I accept their consequences.
And she's a real
Then
bitch for sitting there
You know in your heart
accepting
to whom
all
you
of
must
that
answer.
when she knows damn well there's
I
so many other
submit
people who
to
just
the
won't
judgment
won't step up to the
of
plate.
Tyrande Whisperwind.
Entrusting justice to your most fervent adversary.
Ew.
Are there any gathered here who object to this fate?
Elune wouldn't even let her kill her, so what is it? You know,
So be it.
dumb bitch.
What game do you play now, Banshee? The Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade of her enemy.
Thing is, we're never
Death
enemies.
would
That's
be
all
a
in your
merciful
fucking head,
end,
dumbass.
Tyrande. And I do not expect your mercy.
Your newfound remorse might be genuine, but it can never erase all you have done. There will be no peace for you, Windrunner, until there is peace for the souls of your victims. The prisoner is in my charge now. Bring her!
The original problem of a predestined universe forged by the first ones to then have souls judged upon their actions. It's not dealt with, while we have seen evidence confirming that, like the jailer, they too were able to predict extremely specific moments. But in an interview, it became clear that it was not their intent to portray the story in such a way. They instead wanted to give the impression that the first ones, they were able to accommodate for eventualities, similar to how the jailer's influence was not meant to push pretty much everything in the story of Warcraft into his direction. Instead, their intent was to make it clear that the Domain of Death had influence on the Warcraft universe, like we've seen with, for example, the Titans and the Domain of Order. That said, it is safe to say that the Jailer's influence can be found upon the life of Sylvanas Windrunner. And yet, she refuses to use it as an excuse. She has made her own choices and will accept the punishment of Tyrande Whisperwinds.
And now, after so long, there is much we need to say to one another.
I know, sisters. But judgment comes.
Below lies the maw, an unjust fate to which you doomed so many. And it will be there that your penance begins. Every soul lost in its depths, betrayed or condemned, you shall find and send forth to the Arbiter, to be judged with the compassion all souls deserve. You will toil there, under Dorotha's watchful eye, scouring every darkened reach, until the final soul is free, and you are all that remains. This is how you shall bring renewal to your victims and my people.
However long it takes, it shall be done.
Undo Falador, old friend. Watch her well. Banshee's penance will save countless lost souls. A fate that would not have come to pass had I slain her in Ardenweald. Perhaps that is why Mother Moon stayed my hand.
Yeah, because you ain't
I
shit,
thank you
and
for
she's
your
the only
aid.
one who can save everybody.
Soon I must return to Azeroth to begin healing the Kaldori and preserving our future.
Renewal instead of vengeance. Sylvanas Windrunner's punishment for her crimes is to be stuck in the Shadowlands expansion, do more dailies for all eternity, until hell has been cleared out.
I really don't
and each
wish
soul
that
is
on
given
anyone.
a fair chance at redemption. The work begins now, which also gives her the opportunity to search for her beloved Nephanos.
For so long, there had been little more than hatred and malice in our sister's eyes. To at last see a glimmer of the Sylvanas we knew.
Yeah, and the whole time you guys didn't help her
for
as well.
such a thing.
And now you
I
want to
am
talk about
pleased we
making
had a chance
peace.
to speak with her, Verissa.
Bitch, I would get
I only
done
wish
with
we'd had more
penancing all
time.
those souls
As do
and come
I.
back and just spit on
But
you guys.
if she stays
and
true
then
to
go,
her
like,
word and
live
sees this
somewhere out in the
obligation
woods for
through,
the rest of my immortal
perhaps
life.
one day we will.
It will never be like it was before. The pain she inflicted upon the Kaldori, upon the world.
I just love how you want to sit there and talk about the pain she inflicted on other people, and then you just don't want to talk about what she went through. Like, it's just completely irrelevant. Like, you just don't care. Like, where were you when any of that was happening? Oh, that's right, you went and fucked humans and had babies and had regular lives. And she was out there being a fucking banshee torn from her body. But, like, you know, we care about the Night Elves who have done countless horrible fucking things, including bringing a Worgen curse upon humans and other such wonderful things. But, like, you know, it's so horrible.
How could she ever answer for it?
God for fucking
I'm
bid,
not
burn
certain
their
she
other
can.
tree, dude.
But if her penance brings any
Maybe
measure
they'll figure
of
it the
peace
fuck
to
out.
those she wronged,
Who the bad guys really
at
are.
least it is a start.
You are right.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. And Illyria sucks
Our family
ass
has
on
endured
top of
so
it.
much darkness.
She
We
can't
must
get a
find a
shot
way to
right to
cling to
save her
hope.
fucking
Yes,
life.
Mother,
Her sister's
Father,
literally gonna have to show up
Lyrith,
and just fire one arrow,
only
and
memories.
it's gonna save the entire universe
thought
and
our
everything
sister
in
was as
existence.
well.
And then Sylvanas is just gonna walk
But
off
now-
in the sunset.
we shall see.
And with the completion of this story, we now have a memorial for Lirith and the Windrunner sisters at the Windrunner Tower. That is where the story of the Banshee Queen, of the Dark Lady, of Sylvanas Windrunner ends for the moment. But like Arthas before her, her actions ripple on, especially with the Boy King.
Why are you here, Anduin? Your kingdom and your friends are awaiting your return.
My friends. The ones I almost killed. They believe my hands are clean.
And you gotta give it to him. One of the only fucking people.
It is perilous.
One of the
to
only
confuse what you are
humans.
made
One of the
to do.
only people in the
what you
entire
choose to do.
Warcraft lore
How can I
who
not
takes
when
some
it all
fucking
blurs
accountability.
together?
He acts like a total bitch about
was
it,
so
but
horrific.
at least, you know, the way he acts like a bitch about it,
And
he's
it
taking the
sickens me to
accountability for the whole
that
fucking human
satisfaction
race.
May
Good
have
on
been
him.
mine.
Ah.
Yeah, and
So
I hope she
that's
does find the
why you've
Thanos.
come. You fear you might not
Yeah.
be who you thought.
Varian was so badass.
I'm starting to wonder if I ever knew. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid that if I call on the light, it won't answer. If I've no trust in myself, how can I expect my kingdom to trust me?
I feel like he
To
should
put
have
their
stayed
faith
down there longer
me
and hung out with her because, like,
when mine has
he
faltered.
came out this shit just acting the same way. It's not like.
Must you bear that weight?
A king does not have a choice.
Oh, yeah.
No choice. I thought you believed in free will.
I just think that that light coming from Belladar and stuff, like the light that he's now using, that's not. I don't think it's real light. Because I think the real light did leave him, but what he doesn't understand that
I
that
have
might be a
faced
gift.
Who I was.
And I think now it's like corrupted
accepted
light. Like it's not.
What I've done.
Beladar shifting
Now,
between light and dark just
the
don't
work
make sense. I don't think that that's real light at all.
Yes.
I think they're gonna put like some twist
does.
that it's like fake light or some shit.
Farewell, Sylvanas Windrunner. Until our paths cross again.
Hopefully
Farewell.
soon.
Little lion.
Anduin is going to go on a personal journey of trying to overcome the damage done to him, while Sylvanas stays in the mall to be of service. She had proudly announced to Arthas and the jailer that she would never serve. It felt right to be of service now, and she appreciated the difference.
Yeah,
I
but
found you
I just
before,
feel like
my love.
that they
I
keep
will
showing
find
that
you
with the
again.
people raising
No
people
matter how
back to
long
life
it
with
takes.
the light.
With the jailer destroyed
that
and
that
the covenants
doesn't.
to
That's
Shadowlands
not.
work
That
together
don't
once
make
more,
sense.
there was a slim chance that
Or
one day
they're gonna make
she
it
might be
seem
able
like
to see her parents
like
and lead up
the
as well.
light
Perhaps
resurrecting
one day in the
people has
future,
actually
we
been
might see
something
her story
demonic
continued.
all along.
Personally, in
like
the realm of
healing
speculation,
people and
I
reviving
think that
people
Sylvanas
is
is
like
going to make a return in the
it's
upcoming
not
free
the
expansions.
gift that everyone
We know that
thinks
her
that
sister
it is
Illyria
when you're able
is
to
going
like
to play a
heal
part,
people and
and we
shield
see in an
them and
intro
everything
cutscene
like
that she travels to
that it's
Dalaran,
actually
where
like
Varisa lives, her other
you're
sister.
like
Not a
abusing
banshee queen.
forces that you shouldn't be or
Not
something.
a ranger general.
That it's like
But
it'd be no different like
always
someone abusing
a
the void,
windrunner.
no different than
We also know
abusing
that
the light
Illyria
kind of
hears the
deal.
whispers of the dark, of the void, and we had this old line.
Sometimes I feel that I have already died twice. Once, when we were presumed lost on Draenor. And again, when gripped by the shadow of the fallen Naru. Perhaps death is the true legacy of the Windrunners.
At the hour of her third death, she ushers in our coming.
I could imagine a scenario in which
Yep.
Illyria falls to darkness.
See,
and, then Sylvanas
and
pops
it's
her
like,
head out
could
of
it
the
be
maw, out of the
Sylvanas who
Shadowlands.
saves everybody
All done with her time
because
served.
her
She
dumbass
could be a
sister is
powerful
giving into the
ally in turning the
void?
tides of darkness, with reaching out to her sister, bringing her back from the dark side. But that's pure speculation. For now, she's paying for her crimes, still able to send voice messages to the Forsaken. Sylvanas loyalists,
Voice
they were given a
messages.
special message from the Banshee Queen after obtaining their heritage armor. I'll use that one to end the video
I hate
with.
that Blood
so for
Elves
now,
can't
thank
do
you
that.
very much for watching, everyone. Subscribe if you like my videos, and until next time, see ya!
Greetings, my most loyal ally. I speak to you now from beyond the Veil of Death, here, in this place of eternal darkness. My work, my penance, continues. Though the Maw is an unlikely place for one to find peace. Each soul I rescue
helps mine feel a little more whole as I ponder my deeds since being raised into undeath. I have many regrets. Things said and choices made that I wish could be taken back. But there is one thing for which I will always be proud. Helping the Forsaken find their place in a world that shunned them. My time to lead may be over, but I will always stand with you against those who would cast you out and call you monsters. Under the leadership of the Desolate Council, a new group of voices has arisen to represent all Forsaken. Stand proud in the Horde. Know that all of you were so much more than arrows in my quiver. As much as the family I was born into, you will always be my people. And one day, I do hope to walk among you once again. I must go. There are many more souls yet to be freed. Among them, one that is most dear to me. Shorella Ran, my friend.
It's like, yeah, why does she even end it with some, elf dialogue if that was only for undead people? I'm pretty sure. And undead people don't understand what Shorella Ran means. That's stupid. But... I stand. Yeah. Yeah. At this rate, with the way Azeroth is, and the way I don't feel like the Horde has any sort of faction, representation, I feel like if I were a Horde player without my severe undying love for Sylvanas and just like Blood Elves, like Blood Elf aesthetic, like I love this zone, I love the music, I've always liked Blood Elves and stuff like that, but character-wise, and I guess like faction-wise or whatever, like I've always loved like the undead. I've always admired what Sylvanas did. I've always been someone who's felt very strongly about someone or just really a cause that is like, misfits, we take you here. You know, it's just like for the people who don't fit in, for the people who are ousted, for the people who don't have a home and never seem to be able to find one. You know, like that's what the undead has always spoken to me. Like the idea of it and everything like that. When I guess like relating it to like real world, right? Like vibes. And, you know, I hope that not only does Sylvanas get like the full-on redemption arc that I feel like she definitely deserves, but also that the writers in World of Warcraft sort of flesh things out completely here, and someone needs to decide if this is World of Warcraft. And if it is World of Warcraft, then either we're having war against both factions, or it is both factions together as one, literally, like no more speaking different fucking languages in the game, no more battling. Like I'd understand still having battlegrounds, arenas, but literally like whatever, all open world faction areas where like if me walking into a different area in the world flags me, that shouldn't be a thing. If we're fucking friendly and friendship is magic, I should be able to go walk over to Stormwind right now. It does not make sense to me why in 2024, me as a blood elf can't walk into Stormwind and go hang out, because everyone keeps trying to make it seem like Thrall's allowed to go over there, bang some Jaina puss out, and walk out the front gate with a fucking coffee and a fresh set of clothes from the laundromat down the street. You know what I mean? Like, homeboy is literally able to just be himself and hang out with them. And then, like, the rest of the faction were treated like lower class citizens compared to the rest of the Alliance. And I just don't get it. I do not understand. Not only have they taken a forefront in the fucking story, it's like been so much about them. Little to no Horde representation since pretty much Battle for Azeroth. And even prior to then, so many people feel like, you know, the Horde is like, it's orcs, it's trolls, goblins. And it's like, you killed Vol'jin, and Garrosh was evil, and then it's like, and Thrall's just fucking diving in wet human pussy. Like, none of it makes sense at all. As far as Loktar Ogar for the fucking Horde, you know. I just don't see... Blood and Honor is not... It's just not... It doesn't even seem to exist. No one seems to appreciate it. No one seems to want to fight for it. They just want to, like... lose every battle and then be like, oh, we died on the battlefield for Blood and Honor, and like see the extinction of our whole faction, and then get mad when someone gets results, even if it means everybody on the battlefield dying. But at least somebody wins the day, you know? Like, and I don't understand. But apparently that's not what people want. That's not what the story writers want. That's not what fucking Thrall wants. Like, I don't think there is a remaining person who is available to lead the Horde who's actually going to be, like, for the Horde. That person was Sylvanas Windrunner. I don't care what anyone thinks or says about that. Jailer influence or not, she said it herself. She did everything herself on her own due diligence. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the last time somebody screamed for the Horde and fucking meant it was when she was burning trees down. It is what it is. And if people don't like that, if that's not what the people want, then this isn't World of Warcraft anymore. Then it doesn't need to be World of Warcraft anymore. Then we can just, our faction, like, it's World of, fucking warrior craft on whatever the hell else that we're fighting against and not each other anymore. That's literally it. That's fine. But, you know, I know a lot of people downloaded this game in 2004, excited to play either a human or an orc beating the shit out of each other. And we've gone so far from that. And that's, like, really cool to have, like, such an amazing, giant story that, is about the wonders of the world and the soul of the world and how to save it and whatever. But, like, yeah. I feel more like as if I could just have my own separate faction away from all of it, because I don't like the Alliance. The Horde doesn't make you feel represented, especially as a Blood Elf player. Like, you just don't feel like you have a place anywhere in the game. Except for your little fucking isle up here at the top of what is most people consider to be the Alliance continent. So that's the other hilarious thing about it. The comedy of it all is the fact that, aside from Undercity, which is now not even, like, we don't even own this anymore either in current lore time, if I am correct. This isn't even, like, I think the Alliance, they have Rule of Gilneas, so, like, they should add another fucking badge right there, because I'm pretty sure we helped them clean it up and everything. And then it's like, why would we even have Undercity if they're gonna be, like, right there? And then at that point, it's just like, why are the Blood Elves even here? Then we're just like this solo horde. You know, I hope with Midnight, somehow, they figure out how to build us a whole new thing, like, over here in the corner. Like, You know, something right here, and it's just a whole new, they could say that it's technically closer to here. They could put it up here, and even though it shows like that on the map, but on the world, it could technically be like here. But it's just there on the map. But it's technically closer to the Eastern Kingdoms than it is Kalimdor. Because if you were to look at this reversed, right, on like the other side of the planet, that would make sense, you know? And then, like, we just, like, migrate because they have this whole continent and none of it makes sense anymore. And I just don't feel very, like, alliance versus Horde. I just feel like my own faction as a Blood Elf. And even if I was an undead player, I'd feel the same way. I hope they fix that in the future, you know? I really do hope so. But yeah, I would have not had the attention span to sit around and watch that video off stream, just because, like, when I'm not streaming, I'm either watching another streamer, cleaning, eating, showering, shitting, sleeping. I literally cannot sit down to, like, watch TV or movies. It just bothers me. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I don't know how to explain that or whatever. If it's something really informative, I will definitely sit down for, like, at least an hour. I will sit down for an hour for absolutely anything that I find interesting, that I feel my brain will be able to retain it because it's, like, teaching me something. But once I get past an hour, if it is not something that is entertaining and I am emotionally committed to it, which sometimes I feel like, you know, I'll explain that in a second. If I just don't feel like I really want to see it to the end, yeah, I walk away. Like, I forcibly just, like, shut out. And I hate going back and finishing things. I know people who will, like, reading books, and then you read until, like, you know, a few pages in, and then you gotta, like, go about your life, and then you have a bookmark. When I was younger, I read all the Twilight books in one sitting because I have problems. So, and not each and every single book in one sitting, but each time I grabbed one of the books, I, for like a week straight, ignored my entire life and just read the book at every waking hour that I had. And then when I was done, you know, just never picked the books up again. I literally borrowed the books from a friend. Each book, read it through, should be surprised how immaculately fast I would read it, and then gave it back. And that was it. I just cannot leave things halfway. Same thing when I edit YouTube videos, I have to edit that shit in one sitting. I decide, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make this video. I sit down and I make it. I do not know how people can do things and then stop themselves and pick it back up. I just am the worst. So, I kept seeing this video. It continuously popped up on my YouTube because YouTube knows as I sit here and listen to my World of Warcraft music and look up other World of Warcraft videos and stuff like that. You know, it just knew. It knew I needed to see it because it's a really good, it was a really good video, all about Sylvanas, my favorite character. So, yeah, sometimes with a lot of things, I feel like I am in a prison when I get invested into something and I need to see it to the end. So that's usually how movies make me feel, because I'll sit down and I'll, like, start watching a movie, and then I think it's a bad movie. Like, acting's bad, the directing, the camera, whatever. It just seems bad. But for some reason, I need to see it to the end. Like, I just want to find out what happens at the end, like how it concludes. And then I just feel like I'm being, like, held against my will to finish things. So I always tend not to click on anything, especially on YouTube, that is over an hour long, because I just know I'll never finish it. And yeah, I am very happy that I took the time today to watch that video because it was good. It refresh my memory on things that I first learned over a decade ago when I first became obsessed with Sylvanas in my early teen years. And taught me new things. It helped me catch up on a lot of the Shadowlands shit that I missed, because I just ignored World of Warcraft during Shadowlands. I was upset with what I felt like they were doing to Sylvanas' character. I was playing another MMO, and yeah, I just was not interested at all. But you know, World of Warcraft has been really great to me since Dragonflight release. Dragonflight release has made me absolutely fall back in love with the game again, all over. I'm so happy. And now War Within has been freaking amazing. It's not the most spectacular thing in the world, and I really do hope and wish that World of Warcraft gets back to their grit with the story. Like, it was still kind of there with Shadowlands, but Shadowlands is just so, like, blown out of proportion. Like, that was just, like, very crazy shit, and there's just no need for all of that. It also, like, it's so weird, something that could have been a single-player game, you know, a story, like, all of that story about Sylvanas, and then how it completely took over an entire expansion. Like, why did one character's story about her entire life have to end up being an entire expansion? I understand she's very important, and I love that for her. And I love that she's still alive and relevant in the story, that she has the most insane plot armor, aside from Wet Pussy Jaina Proudmoore. But, you know, like, it's a bit unnecessary. Maybe it was, you know, their very awful way of thinking, let's put a woman at the forefront, and important, and it just, like, obviously people, you know, made that out to be such a crime. So I don't care that if she's not the most important fucking thing in the video game, and you know, frontal focus, but I'm excited to see what they might do, where it might go, and hopefully, yeah, they figure out this, whether or not they even want factions in the video game anymore. Because it doesn't seem like that's even the point of the video game at this point. I don't even feel like, back in 2008, and I would go to elementary school and tell people about World of Warcraft, because, you know, kids ask, hey, what do you do when you go home? And, you know, most kids would be like, I read and go outside and play. And I'd be like, I wait for my brother to get off his computer, and I play World of Warcraft until my parents tell me I have to go to bed. And they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'd be like, so, right, listen, they got, like, elves with these bouncy ears and shit. And, like, you fight, like, against humans. And, like, orcs versus humans is, like, horde versus alliance. And, like, yeah, it's, like, kind of like, sometimes you PvP, and sometimes you just, like, run around the world and, like, talk to people. Like, it's like an online chat room. That's how I explain it to people. And people would be like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, like, okay, so, like, Club Penguin, but, like, PvP battling. And, yeah, definitely, guys. Club Penguin, but there's 2 teams, you know? and people would understand, you know, they'd at least slightly get it. People would be like, that's a lot, but that's kind of digestible. I understand what you're okay, that's pretty cool. Now you try explaining World of Warcraft to someone, you can't just say, oh, it's the Horde and Alliance, like, PvP, like, battle and stuff. Like, no, it's just more like dragons, titans, light and dark, old gods, the world's soul. Like that. That's it. That's all. That's how you can explain the game. And that's a lot. So yeah, I don't want it to be like that forever. A little more digestible would be cool. But we'll see. We will see. So that is gonna do it for me. I've been pulling some nasty long streams this past week because I was playing Dragon Age the Veilguard, and you know, It was fun. I could sit here and complain about World of Warcraft story, but you know what I could complain about longer? That game stories. I posted a video today on my YouTube talking about it. As soon as I finished up with Dragon Age Veilguard, I did a full synopsis of how the game made me feel after playing it for 50 hours. That is on my YouTube, so if you'd like that, it's just, you know, YouTube karma. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to posting about World of Warcraft on the YouTube. I don't know if I'd post something as long as this of me reacting to that video for 4 hours. Fuck, maybe, you know, why not? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Tuesday's reset, so I'll probably play World of Warcraft the normal way on Tuesday. Like, I'll probably, like, do things in the game instead of walking around in circles in Eversong. Hi, Dermot! How are you? I hope you're doing well. You're catching me just as I'm about to skedaddle out of here. Oh no, not the start. Nope, this is the end. I just got done watching a almost 4-hour-long video, and it was like a long movie about the lore of one of my favorite characters in the video game. But yeah. I'll be back on Tuesday. I will play World of Warcraft the normal way, probably, because it'll be reset day and I'll have like things that I will want to actually do. I already did my weeklies and stuff, so I don't really have anything to like do. I mean, I do. I can like go do delps and stuff, but I like doing my world quests and everything like that, because when I do actual things in the game, it takes like mental focus and I become silent and I am not like paying attention, and I don't want to like do that on stream. I want my streams to be like, if I'm, you know, not focused on something that we're kind of like all watching and enjoying because it's entertaining, then I would like myself to be talking. And I won't do that if I'm just like drooling on myself playing video games that are difficult. So yeah, I do want to stream more WoW, and I will find more videos to keep the conversations flowing and inform us about, you know, things you might have missed that you might not know. New things, old things, etc. But yeah. Thank you all. I really appreciate you coming, hanging out, vibing, lurking. Like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday and we'll enjoy more WoW. But until then, I'll catch you next time. Happy Saturday night. Take it easy. Bye bye.